Can I have your attention, please? I just did. All right, everybody, let's find a seat. I want to thank everybody for coming and welcome you to the first meeting of the Rural Development Council. This is an exciting day for all of us, not just the legislators and staff involved, but also for everybody who lives in rural Georgia. I want to tell you a quick story. I've got 3 daughters. My oldest is Jessica, who is directionally challenged. And one day she was calling me when she was in school. She was going to meet me in Atlanta. She was coming down from Dahlonega. And she said, how do I get there? And I said, well, you come down 400, you get on 285, and you'll see the exit for the Galleria, and that's where I am. So anyway, she got on 285, and about 30 minutes later, I called her, and I said, where are you? She said, I'm at Campbellton Road. And I said, Jessica, you're at like the airport. Turn around and come back. So she comes back, and I finally get her to the Galleria. She comes in, we visit. I send her back up, and I said, listen, all you got to do is get on 285, first exit up there. Go east, then go north on 400. You'll get back to Dahlonega. I called her up in a little while. Where are you? I'm on 75. I said, Jessica, 75 was not part of the plan. I said, are you headed north or south? She said, I don't know. I said, well, tell me what you see. She said, I see a Wendy's, which was not real helpful. And so finally I said, tell me the next exit you come to. And she said, I'm coming up on Windy Hill Road. I said, well, you're headed north. And I said, you got to turn around and come back. She said, but I've come so far. And I said, and you'll wind up in Chicago. You got to turn around and come back. And anyway, I say that to say this, is that if we don't know where we're going, any road will take us there. And one of the things that we want to do with this council is to find the right road to take us for rural Georgia to participate in the same benefits and advantages that the rest of Georgia has. And that's the goal, and we've got to find the road to get there. So I appreciate all of you being interested, and we are going to make a very concerted effort to deal with a lot of issues. This is a 2-year task, so don't think that we're going to solve this in a day or in a month or in a year. But this council has been tasked with the charge, and we're going to be hearing from the speaker in a little while, of developing some issues, developing some solutions, and developing some legislation. And I want to hand it to the speaker. He has put a group of people together on this council who can get the job done. If somebody can come up with a solution, we got the folks that can make it happen. And so he's serious, we're serious. I want to welcome you here, and now I want to turn the podium over to my co-chair, Terry England. Thank you all very much.
Good afternoon. I'm not going to tell a story about my directionally challenged wife. She does have some of the similar characteristics and handicaps as Jessica does. But anyway, glad to see such a good full room here this afternoon. And want to thank Dr. Bridges and the team here at ABAC, and Scott Blunt, wherever Scott is. He's around here something. There he is. Thank y'all for being our host here and helping put everything together. And it's good to be at the Museum of Agriculture. Georgia's largest industry is agriculture, producing over $70 billion a year of economic impact to our state. Folks back home in Bear County asked me not too long ago, why are you working on this council? And I said, it's pretty simple. How many of you in this room ate at least once today? Everybody raised their hand. It was a dinner meeting or a after supper meeting. I said, how many have eaten twice? Everybody raised their hand. How many have eaten 3 times? Everybody raised their hand. How many have eaten 4? Some actually raised their hands. But I said, you know, the thing about it, the part of the state that we've got to make sure remains healthy and vibrant and actively producing agricultural commodities, the fiber that we all like to wear, and the wood products that we all enjoy having our homes built out of. If we don't keep it healthy, those 3 things we're not going to get to enjoy. Chairman McCall has a favorite saying about there's only 4 things you got to have to survive, and the farmer gives you 5 things you got to have to survive. Farmer gives you 3 of them: food, fiber, shelter. Good Lord provides water and air. So, you know, there's a lot of folks down in this part of the state counting on us as this council, and to make sure that we get things right, that this part of the state, not only this part of the state, northwest, northeast Georgia, southeast, southwest Georgia, central Georgia, remain healthy and remain with good, educated young folks coming back from college to take up the practice of farming and agriculture and industry and business and leadership and government entities around the rural parts of this state to make sure that those communities stay vibrant and healthy. And I want to thank the speaker as well for his commitment. Chairman Powell and I had been talking about this for about 1.5 years and bugging him a good bit about it over the last year or so, and he made us kind of put our money where our mouth was. And I'm thankful for it because I'm excited about, I'm nervous about what we're going to do and what we're attempting to do, but I'm excited too for the future of Georgia, not for us, not for me, but for our kids and our grandkids and the generations that follow us. So thank you all for being here. I'm going to bring up our vice chair to introduce our speaker, Sam Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and again, I want to say welcome to everybody. And I guess I want to also say, somebody said the attire today was business casual, and for those of you in Tift County, you know that this is my normal attire, and this is a farmer's business casual attire. So I apologize for that, but I'll try to do better in the morning. But anyway, it is my honor to introduce our Speaker of the House, David Ralston, and just need to get my notes out here. But he represents the 7th District up in Fannin and Gilmer and Dawson counties, and has been the Speaker of the House since 2010, and has done a phenomenal job. And I have been proud to serve, and it's been an honor to serve with him since being elected to the House to represent parts of Tifton and Colquitt and Thomas County. And I was also honored to be the beginning of this council that we're fixing to start with by carrying this piece of legislation on his behalf in the House of Representatives. And it was truly an honor. I was born here in Tift County, which is special for me because rural Georgia is where I've been all my life, and we were picking squash today and cucumbers today and a little bit of eggplant. So things are busy in rural Georgia right now, and it's a great time to get started with something like this and get busy with the rest of the folks in rural Georgia. And it's just, again, Mr. Speaker, thank you for your hard work and putting forth and having the courage to do this. And I know this is not going to be a council that's just going to travel the state and have a bunch of meetings and talk about things. This is going to be a council that's going to come up with solutions to the problems. And just appreciate everyone's support, and I look forward to working with everybody. And it's my honor to represent the Speaker of the House, David Ralston.
Thank you very much, Sam. I told him I wish he hadn't gotten dressed up just to introduce me, but thank you for that introduction, and thank all of you for being here. Chairman Powell and Chairman England, Vice Chairman Watson, and members of the council. I can't tell you what an honor it is for me to be here with you in Tifton today, and as we launch the House Rural Development Council. And I have to tell you, I am so impressed with the energy and the enthusiasm that I have already felt in this room as I came in and have gotten to visit with a lot of old friends. And so thank all of you for being here. And I have to tell you, every time I'm in this part of the state, y'all are, like we do often, you're looking for rain. Well, I just flew down here from the mountains of North Georgia, and I can tell you it's coming, okay? We saw it. It's on the way. While the work of this council begins today, it is really the continuation of Georgia's proud legacy that began some 285 years ago, when General James Oglethorpe and his cohorts petitioned for a charter for the colony that would become the state of Georgia. They used a motto which translated from Latin means not for self, but others. Together, the leaders of this colony didn't call themselves directors, shareholders, or administrators. They referred to themselves as trustees. And while trustee has many legal connotations, it most essentially means that you take it upon yourself to do what is in the best interest of those you serve. Again, not for self, but for others. Nearly 3 centuries later, here we sit to find ways to continue moving all of this state and its people forward. Georgia is a growing and prosperous state. We are the largest state east of the Mississippi River, and today we have more than 10 million residents. And that figure needs a little perspective, however. It was only in 1974 that our population hit 5 million. That means that Georgia's population has more than doubled in the span of only 40 some odd years. That is tremendous growth that has been anything but an accident. People are moving here for good jobs and to raise their families in welcoming communities across the state. Georgia has been named the best state in the nation in which to do business now for several years in a row. And all of this paints a rosy picture. But we all know that our prosperity is not shared equally in every corner of the state. Some areas, particularly our rural areas, are seeing stagnant or declining populations. Hospitals are closing and universities are having a hard time filling classes. Rural Georgia is still a great place to call home, but some of our rural areas are missing out on the prosperity that other parts of our state enjoy and missing out on the opportunity that comes with it. Your zip code or your county of residence should not dictate your lot in life. Moving to the big city should not, cannot be the only way to get ahead. Georgia's economic success and its quality of life are directly tied to the symbiotic relationship between our regions and our communities, urban, suburban, or rural. For Georgia to grow and thrive, we must all grow and thrive. Formally, this council is charged with undertaking a thorough, intensive, and systematic study of the existing issues in Georgia's rural areas. It is the intention of the House of Representatives that the overall objective of such study should be to identify policies and ideas to enhance economic opportunity across the entire state and every community in this state, particularly in rural areas. I realize this charge is daunting, but I ask, in fact, I implore you to leave no stone unturned. No matter the policy area, whether it's education, health care, infrastructure, which is not just about roads, bridges, sewer, water, but includes broadband, taxation or regulation. Examine the ways that we can help all of our citizens seize the opportunities they deserve. Work with those partners and local communities who have and who will step forward. I want to thank all those individuals and groups who have volunteered to help us in this effort. I want to particularly thank our local government partners represented today by the Georgia Municipal Association and the Association of County Commissioners of Georgia. I also want to thank the business community partners who have offered their support, including the Metro Chamber and the Georgia Chamber of Commerce. I want to congratulate the Georgia Chamber on the opening of their first regional office here in Tifton last week. That is a big deal, and I want to say how much I appreciate that. I also want to thank our state agency partners like the Department of Economic Development and Department of Community Affairs. Special thanks also to our friends from the university system, such as the Carl Vinson Institute at the University of Georgia and here at Abraham Baldwin Agricultural College, and thank y'all for your hospitality here today. Let me express my sincere gratitude to every member of this council. Selecting the members of this group was tough. I think over half of the House of Representatives applied to be on this council. But you are all chosen because you bring unique expertise and experience with you, and each of you has much to contribute. I want to thank you for taking time away from your families and your businesses to be at this meeting and the many meetings to come around the state. I am proud to call rural Georgia home. I am proud to represent rural Georgia in the Georgia House. Most of all, I am proud to support rural Georgia. The work of this council is of vital importance to Georgia's future. I can think of few initiatives that have excited me more than to undertake this mission during the time that I've been honored to serve in the Georgia General Assembly. Rural Georgia cannot wait on political seasons to come and go, because they will always come and go. I refuse to allow any personal ambitions to get in the way of what we are doing. We saw at the end of last legislative session that good solutions to real problems can fall victim to a lack of leadership and self-serving political agendas. So let me be clear here today. I intend for my focus this year and next to be where it has always been, and that is on the Georgia House of Representatives and the good people of Georgia that we represent. I can't think of anything more important than helping in some small way to see this council succeed in making sure the concept of two Georgias is finally and once and for all cast into the dustbin of our history as a state. The greatest honor of my life has been being elected to represent the 7th House District and to be called by my colleagues to be the 73rd Speaker of the House of Representatives, which we know as the People's House. So I'm going to continue working with Governor Deal and my friends in the General Assembly to leave this state, all of it, better than we found it. Not for self, but for others, continues and will continue to be our call. So let's get to work. May God bless you, and may God bless the great state of Georgia. Thank you very much.
Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Tom Gale. I'm with the Georgia Municipal Association. Want to thank this committee and thanks to Speaker Ralston for the embarking on this quest. GMA, Georgia Municipal Association, represents 523 cities in Georgia, from Adel to Zebulon. 409 of those cities that we represent have less than 5,000 population, and most of those are in rural Georgia. The work of this council is very important to our membership, and we look forward to partnering with this council and with Speaker Ralston to try to bring forward policy solutions that we think will be good for the citizens of our cities and for the state of Georgia. And I think I'm going to be calling on the mayor of Tifton. So if I could ask Mayor Smith to come up, we are in the friendly city, the city that's rooted in family and neighborhood values. It's prideful of the great things that they've got in their community. The people that live in Tifton are one of the strongest resources that this community has. I'm just honored that we're starting this place and one of our leaders within GMA. But if I could call on Mayor Julie Smith to come give a welcome and talk a little bit about the challenges that are facing Tifton, but also the region that we're in currently. So Mayor Smith, thanks for having us.
Thank you, Tom. First of all, let me just welcome each of you to my community. It is such an honor to have every one of you here in Tifton, Georgia, my hometown, a hometown you can come home to. We're just so thrilled to have you here, and I see all friendly faces, familiar faces. But we'd just like for you to take some time while you're here. Please spend some money. That's always a good thing to do when you're in a community, correct? So we have an award-winning downtown, a Main Street program that is second to none. Please take some time this afternoon if you want to just kind of let off some steam and get out and stretch your legs a little bit. Go downtown, and we're going to see you later on this evening there too. So it's just a fabulous community. I can't thank you enough for being here. One of the things that's really important to us in Tifton is that we be part of the team. And as a former Main Street director myself, we always use the phrase, all boats rise and fall together. And from a regional concept, there's nothing that's more true than that very statement. My hat is off to each of you for the challenge that you've accepted. I know as you travel around the state, you're going to hear probably a lot of the same thing from different communities, whether it's lack of training, whether it's lack of work ethic, whether it's infrastructure issues that the speaker addressed. I think our story is going to be very similar, and it will resonate with you as you travel and hear from different communities and different representatives of the different communities. But I want to let you know that Tifton is at the table, and we are ready to get to work, and we are ready to roll our sleeves up and work with you to make sure that this state devises a plan that can be implemented, that we can see results that can be collected, that we can set goals that can be achieved, and then we can recognize those goals so that we can continue to be that shining star for the United States of America. We are the best place. And as a product of rural Georgia, I am thrilled to have you here and thrilled that you've accepted this responsibility to take on these issues. Economic development is something that's important to all of us. Whether you're creating one job or 1,000, it has a significant impact. We in Tifton are so fortunate to have ABAC. You're on a part of the ABAC campus right now. We have the University of Georgia system. We have an incredible public school system, and we have our technical colleges. That education is paramount to making sure that our workforce is trained, a trained, ready to go to work group of people who recognize and understand the importance of that is really one of our biggest challenges. We also have challenges with broadband, as you were talking about just a few minutes ago. The availability to have that is so important, especially with our school children. If school children cannot get their homework and get into their school portals when they're at home, they can't learn. If they can't learn, they can't go on to secondary education. If they can't go on to secondary education, we don't have a trained workforce. So we just want to thank you for being here. Just a few things that are our challenges here in Tifton. We are part of a regional system. We are the regional hub. If we were to draw a circle of about 50 miles out, there's in the neighborhood about 100,000 people that come into our community every day. We have an interstate system that is second to none. So those are just a few of our challenges, but we're here, we're ready to get to work with you. We look forward to the results of your efforts, and let us know what we can do to make your job easier and how we can implement the programs that you put together so that we can all succeed, because when one of us succeed, again, all those boats rise together. We all succeed in Georgia. But thank you for being in Tifton. Anything that I can do to help your stay, to help you during your stay, make your stay more enjoyable, please let me know. And with that being said, I'm going to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the council, and I want to pay a special thanks to Speaker Ralston for creating this council, also the two co-chairs, Chairman England and Chairman Powell. I think what you're undertaking here is something that's long overdue and a critical issue that we need to look at. I represent 159 counties in Georgia with ACCG. My name's Clint Mueller. I'm the legislative director. And as you know, we have a lot of counties in our state, second only to Texas. Most of them are rural. Most of them are struggling in one way or the other. All of them want prosperity. They want their children to be able to grow up and stay in their community. And I think this council and what you're doing is going to go a long ways to helping us identify what are the ways that we can improve the rural areas of our state. I've got a couple speakers I'd like to introduce and ask them to come up. Again, give a very brief welcome to you and maybe just mention some of the things that are going on in their community. First of all is Commissioner Jimmy Kitchens, if you'll come on forward. Commissioner Kitchens owns a trucking business in Coffee County. He's also our regional board member, so he represents this region on the ACCG Board of Managers. Steve Taylor from Ben Hill County, if you'll come on forward. Steve's the chairman over in Ben Hill County. And then Mark DeMott, chairman in Colquitt County. And last but certainly not least, Grady, I don't think I spoke to you, but if you wouldn't mind coming up and giving a brief welcome from Tifton County. And so we'll start with our regional board member. In fact, let's go ahead and just start. Grady, if you want to just give them a real brief welcome to your county here, since you're the home county, and we appreciate you all having this in your county.
We'd like to welcome you to Tift County. I didn't know, Clay, I didn't know we was this important. I mean, North Georgia is coming down and going to help us in South Georgia. We poured and hired out down this way now. The money flows uphill, not downhill. So we need some of it to, to kind of turn around and come our way. And we're glad that the state has decided to do this. I see Penny Alston back there smiling. She understands what we're talking about. I talk to her quite often, and if I want anything done, she usually helps me, or Clay, or the one we helped raise was, right there, Norman Watson's son. My son told me, he said, we give him his first job, and that was working in the well business. That's what we do for a living. We drill wells. And Representative Watson was the man. He called me up when he was running. He says, I'm thinking about running for representative. I said, you lost your mind. I said, you ain't got time. You got a vegetable business to look after. And he says, well, I feel like the Lord's called me to do it, and I got to do it. So, and he's done well. And different ones from around the audience, I know a lot of them, seen a lot of them in a lot of meetings, and eat breakfast with Clay most Sunday mornings when he can get up early enough. But we are glad you're in Tifton. Like Julie says, if you got some extra money you want to leave down here, that'd be good, because we could use it. Because this is poor country down here. The most thing we noted for is peanuts. And then Clay told me it was peas. He likes to grow peas. But peanuts is a big deal down in this our part of the country. We're looking for another crop that we can maybe cash in on. Dr. Buchanan and I were working with a Chinese group to make ethanol out of sweet sorghum. We found a way to use it and find something that it was cheap enough to process, and we're going to use it to make hydrogen fuel cells. So that's a project that I'm working on, but I hope that some of y'all's got some good ideas of what can we do to get a good cash crop. And I think with all the knowledge at all the tables and in the background, I think we can do it. But I appreciate you coming to Tifton. Jimmy?
Good afternoon. I'm Jimmy Kitchens. I'm from Coffee County. Appreciate y'all coming down to help us iron out some issues we have in rural Georgia, not just South Georgia. I know there's a few small communities in North Georgia. But we really appreciate you coming down here. I really wasn't sure what my place in this was going to be today, so I was kind of thrown up here. But Coffee County, we're 600 square miles. We're a fairly diverse county. We're very heavy in agriculture, peanuts, cotton, and timber. But we also have a good bit of industry in Coffee County that we're real proud of and we've worked hard to develop over the last few years. One of our latest industries in Coffee County is premium peanut that a group of businessmen in Coffee County decided to take it on themselves. We just built the world's largest peanut sheller. And they're already adding on to it, putting in an oil mill, and we're real proud of our local people for bringing this, as well as our other industries, our poultry industry. A few years ago, we were losing our poultry industry in Coffee County. We actually had a millage rate increase to fund the gap. And I've been a commissioner for over 12 years now. It's the first time I was ever praised for raising the millage rate. But it saved our community about 1,200 jobs, and a lot of poultry farmers got to keep their farms and houses. So Coffee County, one thing I can say about us is if we need it, we go after it. You can't get it by sitting on your hands and waiting for somebody to bring it to you. If you need it and you want it, you got to go get it. We do have problems in Coffee County. We got issues, transportation issues. You know, we'd love to be Tift County with the interstate running through us. If we could just get 441 and 32 paved 4 lanes, we'd be happy. So we have a Walmart distribution center there that came to us when we didn't even have a 4-lane highway coming into the county, but it got us one. So if you want it, you got to go get it. And other issues we have, our rural hospitals face problems all across the state. We know that. We've had 8 closed in the last few years. Our county, we're doing all right, but we struggle with it day to day. Workforce development and education is one of our biggest issues we have. Another issue, just not workforce development, but the workforce. The state puts out numbers to us on the unemployment rate, and from what I understand, that's based on the number of people looking for a job. Well, how many people have we got out there that don't want a job or don't have a job? You know, let's find these numbers and get our real numbers. And quality jobs, we've, like I say, we've been blessed in Coffee County to have jobs and create positions there, but quality jobs, better paying jobs to get our median income up in rural areas, because that's one thing we suffer from. We might have a lot of jobs, but our median income is still low, and we'd like to see the quality of our jobs come up. So anything I can help you with during this time of discussion, be glad to. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you all for being here. Thank you.
Chairman, Council, I'm Steve Taylor. I'm the chairman of Ben Hill County. We're a community about 25 miles east of here, about 17,000 people. Basically, we have a thermoplastics, rail car repair, cargo trailer manufacturing, agricultural, timber, food processing, and value-added products are our main job suppliers. What I'd like to do today is share with you a few of our challenges we have in our rural community. The first one, as Jimmy mentioned, would be access to transportation. Being a 2-lane road from here to 75 kind of limits our ability to move product. And if we have a better road system between here to have access, that'll help us to be a lot more competitive as we go along. Also, in the infrastructure, underdeveloped industrial property, broadband, and cell service contribute to our challenges. In the area of health and health care, one of the biggest issues I see is the mental health situation. Our sheriff spends approximately 15% of his resources and funding to take care of this thing. That's monies that could be spent and invested in economic opportunities. Also, as Jimmy mentioned, the rural hospitals are closing. Our rural hospital is no different. We have issues with that because of the decreasing insurance reimbursements as well as increased indigent care and the decrease in the ability to have primary care physicians in our community. That attributes to rural hospitals closings. We also have a higher rate of poverty than some, and with With that, healthcare is an issue as well as quality of life. Under education, the lack of availability to attain a professional degree south of Macon is something. Now, we have Valdosta State down the road and ABAC here, which are two good schools, but we don't have any professional schools in this area, like a medical school or law school or engineering. Our people, our kids graduate from high school, they go off, get these degrees, and most of them don't come back, and that's a big issue we see. The majority of our degrees we have in South Georgia are related to liberal arts degrees. It's difficult to build and improve a workforce on these degrees. South Georgia would benefit more from management, economics, and engineering degrees. There's still a limited skilled workforce also that for the advanced manufacturing and robotics. Degrees and programs related to robotic and engineering would complement the advancing manufacturing model of increased use of robotics in our area. Funding is another issue we face. Access to funding for capacity building is limited. It's really a challenge for us to be able to develop a 200 to 300 acre development and development site because we just don't have the funds to do that. Also, our population projections issued by the Georgia Chamber of Commerce predicts that Ben Hill County, as well as most South Georgia counties, will have a decrease in jobs and or population by the year 2030. Some of this is related to not being able to replace the aging workforce with the younger population. Rural Georgia must have jobs and a sense of belonging to keep citizens in our community. One initiative that we have developed to have a sense of belonging is our WELD program. We talk bad, I'm gonna speak one little good thing real quick. Our economic development in Fitzgerald, our executive director, Jason Dunn, has established what's called a WELD program. You may have heard of it. It's a grassroots initiative that was formed to invest in our youth and improve our local workforce. On September 28, 2016, Fitzgerald High School students involved in the school's work-study program were given the opportunity to meet with industrial leaders, hear the expectations that will be required of them as they enter the workforce, and share their resumes with companies throughout our community. There was a goal that was created for establishing a culture of students that will take pride in work for local industries. WELD is a collaborative effort between the Ben Hill County School System, communities and schools, and Fitzgerald and Ben Hill County Development Authority, local industry, and Wiregrass Georgia Technical College. I want to share that to let you know, because even though we do have issues just as other counties do, we're all trying to do what we can on our part to do things to better improve our workforce as well as our jobs. We love Georgia, and we want to be a part and contribute to the success of Georgia. And that's why I'm so excited to know that you have this initiative now that you're working on and identifying issues that we have in rural Georgia. I want to thank you very much for your time and for this, and if there's anything we can do in our community to help, we want to be a part of the team. Thank you.
Council, my name is Mark DeMott. I'm a commissioner, not chairman, as Clint. He probably didn't even know he did it. I'm not chairman of the county commission, but I am a commissioner from Colquitt County. We've got many friendly faces here, and I want to thank you and welcome you to South Georgia and invite you to an open invitation to Moultrie and Colquitt County, just to the south, our neighbor. I didn't bring a sheet up here with me. It sounds like we all have a lot of the same challenges. Chaz does have, Chaz Cannon in the back, our administrator. We've put together a bullet point list that we'll be glad to share with you of challenges specific to Colquitt County. But for almost 40 years now, I've been a lender. Started off as an ag lender in the farm credit system, and then for over 30 years now with my primary employer, Ameris Bank. So I know how to look at numbers, and numbers are totally different. When I became county commissioner 3 years ago, governmental numbers don't match up with business numbers, and I understand that now. But we are right in the middle of our budgeting process. And our budget, it seems, every year becomes tougher and tougher. And actually, the main thing we need are resources. When we have new challenges, great programs like the cancer insurance for firefighters. Wonderful program. We all support it, but it's going to cost us about $60,000. And we're trying to find out where do we get that money from and not raise taxes. We have numerous challenges, primarily in resources. We have, our jail, our prison. As you know, that many prisons have been closing, and the prison today is not the prison of yesterday, where at $20 an inmate you can actually try to break even and use those in the workforce, because you're not getting the same class of prisoner or able-bodied worker to be able to use to offset some of your expenses. So we've been asking and looking for hopefully an increase in the reimbursement rate so that we don't have to look at closing our prison. Several other challenges we've got on our bullet point. We'd love to share with you. We just appreciate you in forming this committee, this council, and in your travels, and we ask that you do everything you can for us and with us. And I guess the one big key that we all need to think about in our daily governmental lives and our work life and in your sessions, I hope, is communication. And by communicating the issues that are out there and the challenges that have been put forth to you, and then working with us to try to help figure out how we're going to be able to fund those type of initiatives ahead of time so that at the last minute we're not scrambling. And I'm sure most of the other communities in here now are also working on their budgets. If not, it's going to be tough again, and we're trying our very best to not have to raise taxes, because that's never popular. But welcome to South Georgia, and please come visit us in Moultrie and Colquitt County. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Harwood. On behalf of the Georgia Chamber, I'd just like to thank the council members for their efforts. We're very excited about this and look forward to partnering with you. I'd also like to thank the speaker for his kind remarks about our new office. We're very excited to be in Tifton. The Georgia Chamber is committed to growing business throughout the state of Georgia, not just in the metro region. And so we hope that our new office in Tifton helps us put our money where our mouth is with that. I'd like to call up Daryl Moore, who's chairman of Locate South Georgia, to share a few words with you.
Thank you for all the leadership in Tift County, Grady, the mayor, Brian, David Bridges. Thank you for hosting us here at ABAC and Tift County. I'd like to thank the council for joining us in South Georgia and specifically in Tifton. We appreciate your efforts on this committee and look forward to working with you over the next couple of years to try to look at best practices and things that we can do to help enhance all of the rural areas of the state. I've asked to come talk to you today some about Locate South Georgia. Some of you may be familiar with the organization, some of you may not. Give you a little bit of history. We had what was called the Southwest Georgia Chamber Council for about 30 years. And the main role of that group was to partner with the Georgia Allies and the Georgia Chamber of Commerce for the Georgia Quail Hunt, or Fall Feather Hunt as it used to be. We did a couple of other events each year. We've done a regional logistics survey, but that was the primary focus of the event. And many of the communities in South Georgia are like Moultrie and Colquitt County and Tifton and Thomasville. We've got a smaller budget or a limited budget, and we've got limited marketing funds. So we got together and started talking about how we could work together to market our region and leverage our funds and do more with less money on a local basis. And we formed what was called Locate South Georgia. MEAG was one of the sponsors, and initially all of the communities that were participating in Locate South Georgia were MEAG cities. We did that for several years. We created some very nice marketing materials. We did a website. We went and did some trade shows. We did some targeted marketing in Florida and other targeted areas, trying to encourage industries to look at South Georgia. And did that for about 3 or 4 years. And then I guess about 3 years ago, started looking at the map, looking at what both organizations were doing, and came to the conclusion that it would be best for both organizations to merge. So we've got a marketing group. We're still doing the quail hunt with the Georgia Chamber. And what we did was we invited every community that was a member of Locate South Georgia or the Southwest Georgia Chamber Council to become a part of the new Locate South Georgia. We had 28 counties that were eligible for membership. We currently have 21 that are members. The other 7 have the option to come back in at a later date if they want to. Last 3 years, what we've tried to do is have 2 South Georgia events. We have events where we bring project managers, consultants, some of our representatives in, just building relationships. I try to go to Atlanta once a month just to visit with Department of Economic Development, Georgia Power, ECG, Quick Start, and all of our resources there. A lot of the other communities do that, but some of them just don't have the time or the resources to do that. And it's really more effective to have those project managers come to us. So we try to get them to come down at least twice a year, and we try to do 2 Atlanta events each year. This is our area, the new area, and you can see on the map the shaded areas are part of Locate South Georgia now. We got a fairly large geographic area. We run from Coffee County all the way over to Randolph County, Decatur County, Bainbridge, all the way over to Lowndes, Douglas. So we've got a large geographic area. We represent 673,000 population, so we do have a fairly substantial population base. We've got rural counties that are less than 10,000. I think the largest county in our group is Lowndes County, and they're around 114. We also have a workforce right at 300,000 people, so we have a large workforce, large population. You can see the airports that are available in the region. I-75, of course, runs through. We've got a good network of state highways. We've got several grad sites. These are Georgia ready for accelerated development sites. And we're trying to package the region as a whole and market our entire region. This is another visual that we've used. South Georgia and our region has access to market. Within that circle, there's 65 million consumers, and that population grows annually. If you look about 5 years ago, it was about 60 million. So your southeastern states, including Georgia, Florida, Alabama, North Carolina, Tennessee, are all growing on a steady annual base. All those small dots are military bases or installations. We've got 65 military bases or installations within a one-day truck drive, and 65 million people within a one-day truck drive. So one of the things that we try to share with the statewide project managers and consultants and people that are looking at locating in South Georgia is access to market. South Georgia, some of our South Georgia communities are about as far south as you can get and reach all of Georgia within a one-day truck drive. And from a distribution standpoint, if you look at Tampa, 2/3, 3/4 of your distribution radius is going to be in the ocean, so you're not serving that many people. So we feel like we've got a good geographic area to serve our market. Ag is another huge benefit from us. Some of the earlier speakers have already referenced ag. If you look at the red counties, this is your grower farm gate value for 2013. That's over $90 million. All the red counties, $50 million to $90 million in all the blue. You can see every one of our counties is in that slide. And then if you look at, let's get by, the total farm gate value, the red counties are over $200 million, and the blue are $80 to $200 million. And again, 7 of the top 10 agricultural counties in the state of Georgia are in our group. So that's another thing that we've talked to the statewide project managers and some of the consultants about. If they have food projects, we understand everything comes to South Georgia, but we hope they consider us. The produce is going to flow one way or the other, and a lot of times they'll have a food processing operation that may locate in Atlanta or a metro area. They're bringing the produce from South Georgia there to be processed, and then they ship it out to the distribution centers. They could do the same thing here. They could process it here, save money on transportation because you're not having shrinkage, you're not shipping waste products. Your utility costs are lower, your labor costs are lower. Process it here and then ship it out to the distribution centers. And we have a lot of successful food processors that are already in South Georgia that are doing that. So we try to promote that as another benefit. Another major benefit we have is the Floridian aquifer. This is one of the largest, most plentiful water sources in North America. It's certainly the largest one in the southeastern United States. It's 100,000 square miles. and the average flow per day is 200 or 300 million gallons. So it's a substantial resource for us that other areas of the state don't have, and certainly other areas of the country don't have. When you look at 5-year droughts in California and Arizona, and those are strong agricultural communities, we've been talking to companies about diversifying, having operations here, so if they run into struggles out west, they could supplement the production. And the other thing we want to do is support our existing farmers and create manufacturing jobs. It would be year-round employment for people that aren't directly involved on the farm. Earlier in the year, we partnered with the Georgia Chamber, and Chris Clark came down, met with our group, and we had great attendance that day. I think we had 20 of the 21 counties represented. And we've been doing this for about 3 years, so we talked about what we could do differently, could do better, what we were happy with, what we weren't happy with. And Chris spent a day with us, had a very productive meeting, and going to continue doing what we've always done, but we had 4 items that came out of that meeting. One of them is marketing and branding. We're going to continue trying to have quality events in South Georgia and in Atlanta, so we have good participation. We have opportunities to tell those project managers and consultants what we have to offer, develop relationships with them. Another thing that we want to do, we don't want to come to Atlanta or come to you every time and complain. I know a lot of times, I try not to do it, but some peers come back up, why don't you bring me something? Why don't you bring us something? I don't think that's our role. I don't think that's our place. What I think we need to be doing is working on product and telling you what we have that we can help you sell Georgia and locate jobs and investment in Georgia. So what we're going to try to do is just tell stories about our regional wins. And we've got a presentation in June, and we're going to share several of those at the, I know it's something to be in the Resource Center because they haven't completed it yet, but we'll have sponsor a GEDA event in Atlanta, and then the following morning we're going to have a presentation with all the project managers just talking about some of the good things that have happened in South Georgia. Leadership development, this is something that we started this year. We created Southwest Georgia Leads. Every community that participates and locates South Georgia had an opportunity to nominate 2 people from their community to participate in the program. Tried to model it somewhat after the Leadership Georgia. We had several overnight events. All of the events were day long. I think we ended up with 34 class members for the first year. We had an ag day, we had a trip to Atlanta, we did tourism, and we also partnered with Fanning for leadership development. And this is, I guess, somewhat of a transition between our community leadership programs and Georgia Chamber Leadership Georgia program, in that we targeted younger emerging leaders in our communities and tried to identify people that would be good candidates for Leadership Georgia, for City Council, for Development Authority, just trying to develop that leadership pool throughout the region. Research and data, regional data, trying to update that, share it, and make sure we promote those items that are unique to us. Assist communities with project research, and that's something that is probably a little bit farther down the line. I'll mention that or come back to that in just a moment, but having resources that we can share information that a consultant or a project might need for an RFP or an RFI that may not be readily available. So we're going to try to come up with regional numbers that would show all of our counties well. The last thing is product development and best practices, share best practices from region and nation, and I think we try to do that now, but we're going to try to be a little bit more focused on that, and then help identify and brand assets. One thing that we just did, the NRA had their annual meeting in Atlanta. If you go back a couple of slides, you notice that we had those bases within a one-day truck drive. We hosted a booth at the NRA in Atlanta. That's Mike Grumman with State Department of Economic Development, Brian Marlowe, which is here somewhere from Tifton, and Darrell Ingram with ECG. They both helped us work the booth on Friday. I think we had a great show there. And one thing that Colquitt County is doing and some of our neighboring counties are doing is trying to attract the gun industry. A lot of those industries are in the Northeast or in California. They're certainly not business-friendly states, and they're definitely not gun-friendly states, as you would find in the state of Georgia and a lot of our South Georgia communities. So we, as a group, partnered together, worked that show Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, set up the booth, broke it down, and we had all of our peers that worked the show with some of our partners for the 4-day event. This is Locate South Georgia Leads. That's our good portion of our first graduating class. They graduated in January. There's some of the slides from the event. We toured different plants. Again, we had the fanning panel discussions. There's Commissioner Gary Black attended one of our events on agriculture. And we're taking nominations for that program again right now. It'll kick off around September. Speaker mentioned Georgia Chamber, and I can't tell you how important that is for South Georgia. This is at the ribbon cutting last week. I think it's a tremendous commitment from the chamber and hopefully from the state to help out other areas of the state. From what I understand, this is the first office outside of Atlanta the Georgia Chamber has opened. So again, we're very excited about the opportunity to have that office in South Georgia and here in Tifton. Skipped over a couple. If you'll notice in the ribbon cutting, you'll see Brian Gim with PCOM was also in the ribbon cutting, and this is something that we've been working on as a region. Everybody knows Georgia has a deficiency in physicians, and it's more acute in South Georgia. Some of the statistics are very disturbing. I think 73 counties don't have an OBGYN, 65 don't have a pediatrician, and we all have a hard time recruiting and retaining physicians. So Governor Deal's been very supportive of trying to get more graduate medical education opportunities in Georgia throughout the state. And one thing that came back up, and Brian announced it, was the location of PCOM in South Georgia. I think someone earlier had mentioned the educational opportunities for higher education. Medical school is one of them. So we hope within the next year we'll have a medical college that's going to be located in South Georgia, and that's going to have a tremendous impact on everybody. We've also been working with area hospitals from a regional standpoint to get them to enhance or expand their GME opportunities, the residency programs. I know Thomasville just got funding to add 18 residents, and keeping those students in the area and keeping those residents in the area is going to help all of us recruit and retain physicians. When the college opens up and starts the graduating class, we'll have the opportunity for South Georgia students to go from kindergarten through college and get their medical degree without having to leave the region. And I think that's a great thing for everybody in South Georgia. Again, we appreciate the opportunity to present to you. I know several of you know how to get in touch with me, but if we can help you with anything on what we're doing with Locate South Georgia or keep you involved in what we're doing with Locate South Georgia, please reach out to us and let us know. Thank you again for the time.
I want to thank all of our local presenters for coming today and being a part of the program, and that'll be a theme that you will see throughout all of our meetings, is that we are going to ask local cities and counties and chambers to come and talk a little bit about what they're doing in their areas and the successes and some of the challenges that they have as well. Well, as you begin to study any subject, you need to know a little bit about what you're studying. And so we felt that it was important at this first meeting to kind of get some of the statistics, I can't even say the word, good thing I didn't major in that in college, statistics out in front of us so we understand the picture that we're looking at. And so in doing that, we have several folks here with us this afternoon that are going to be making a few presentations about that. And I want to ask Laura Perry Johnson if she would come up. She is the Associate Dean at the University of Georgia College of Ag and Environmental Sciences for Extension. And Laura's now been on her job about two and a half years. South Georgia girl, she understands it firsthand what we're looking at, and having been the Extension Director in the Southwest area of Georgia, she understands very well what we're talking about. And so as we started planning for these meetings, Chairman Powell and myself had asked her and some of her folks to come together with us to kind of put together, and many of you in the audience remember Doug Bachtel and some of the presentations he put on back several years ago. And so we always thought those type presentations very enlightening. and helped me understand people and places and numbers and all the things that matter to us. So I'm going to ask Laura if she would come forward and introduce some of the folks that are going to be presenting this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and welcome to South Georgia. We're delighted to have you here. While I spend most of my time in Athens these days, I still consider myself a South Georgia girl. I spent many years in the Southwest District of Extension, and 39 of those 41 counties are considered persistently poor. So you learn very quickly you need to understand those issues that surround generational poverty before you can actually do any programming in those areas. So UGA Extension is delighted to be a part of this process. This is a conversation that we've been having for years. We have personnel in all 159 counties across this state, and the programming is targeted at the local community. So we had try to address the needs in each individual community. So we're proud to be a part of this, and we're delighted that the University of Georgia Public Service and Outreach could be a part of this as well. It's my pleasure to introduce our first two speakers. These are both great public service and outreach faculty that work with us at the University of Georgia in some of our outreach units. Our first speaker today will be Matt Hauer. He is with the Carl Vinson Institute of Government, and Laura Meadows, the director of Carl Vinson, is with us as well. And then following Matt will be Sharon Kane, who's with the College of Ag and Environmental Sciences Center for Agribusiness and Economic Development. And Kent Wolf is in the audience. He's the director of the Center for Agribusiness and Economic Development. So I am very pleased to have them share some information with you today so that we can understand the context of the problem that we are looking at and hopefully be better educated to address this. So we'll start with Matt, and then Sharon will follow him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Matt Hauer, and I am a demographer, probably one of the only ones that anyone will meet in here. And I will be talking about Georgia's population. There we go. And specifically on rural Georgia as well. Hopefully the slides will load. It looks like there might have been an error. Let's see what happens. Well, so I'm going to be focusing specifically on rural Georgia, and I'm going to start with an overview of Georgia. I've got a couple stats that pulled up that I think are going to be very interesting and very relevant to this committee and to others within this room. Whenever I talk about a population, I always like to sort of focus and sort of be able to put what we're talking about in perspective, both in terms of time as well as in terms of place. So if we look back at Georgia's population in the 20th century, as Speaker Ralston had noted, Georgia has doubled in population over the last 40 years or so. And if we look in the 20th century, essentially what we have is a very rural, very, very small southern state in 1900 of about 2 million people, ballooning up 5 times larger in under a century to 10 million people in 2010. This is a lot of population growth, and specifically this has been a lot of population growth within the last 40 years. In fact, if you just look at this line, not that one either. Thank you. Pull that down, pull that down. Thank you. If you look at the early part of the 20th century, there's very little growth in Georgia, right? It's actually a very flat line. What ended up happening is we had more people moving the state than moving into it, moving out of Georgia. This is what we call the Great Migration. This happened in all the rural southern states as people were moving out of the south into the industrial north. What's happened in the last 40 years is a reverse Great Migration of people moving from the industrial north into the south now, and in particular, really Georgia. Now, to show that, this is what we call our components of change. If you think about any given population anywhere, this is an ironclad rule. You only add people to a population because they've been born. You can only take people away from a population because they die. And in between birth and death, people move around, what we call migration. So again, going all the way back, this is actually 1950. In 1950 and 1960, in the very first part, those red bars are actually negative. So Georgia had negative net migration. We start seeing the 1960s, it turns positive in the 1990s. Over 1 million more people moved into Georgia than left it. The 2000s would have seen a number even larger than 1 million, But in 2007, 2008, 2009, people stopped moving around because of a major economic event that had occurred. And so we see red bars that aren't nearly as large in the last one, which is 2000 to 2010. This is Georgia's overall population change in the 2000s. So this is between Census 2000 and Census 2010. And I want to highlight two important things. The darker the color on this map shows more growth. So the darker the color is the more rapid growth, and the gray or those white counties are areas that lost population between Census 2000 and Census 2010. So overall, when you look at the state, you see Metro Atlanta and North Georgia being very dark in color. You see Southeast Georgia and Coastal Georgia also very dark in color, but you see Southwest Georgia and parts of East Georgia that have struggled in the 2000s to retain their population. Now the problem is that this is essentially at this point 17 years old in terms of the data. If we look at Georgia since 2010, I'm not getting any of my slides. They're not coming up. This is not helping. I can't do anything. Well, if we had a map of Georgia, what you would actually see, can I give you my keys so you can throw it back up? If there was a map, what you would see is that this sort of isolated change in Southwest and in East Georgia has stopped being isolated. There were about 30 counties in the 2000s that lost population between 2000 and 2010. Today, there's about 80 counties that have lost population since 2010. So the number has gotten much larger in terms of the counties that are struggling to keep their populations. You can just go ahead and keep it plugged in. Maybe that'll make it load. And at the same time, the distribution has completely changed. It has stopped being located in just Southwest or in East Georgia and has really turned into a statewide challenge. It is in parts of North Georgia as well as South Georgia. It is in parts of Southeast Georgia as well as in Southwest Georgia. Maybe we can get a better version, hopefully. Should be the most recent. Yeah. Oh, wow. All right. Well, let's see what we got. Thankfully, we had this printed. Oh, man, look at that. All right. Well, this will be an interesting presentation. Thankfully, I know these numbers off the top of my head, so I'm going to walk through verbally. No, come back. Pull it back up. I need it for my notes. Yeah, bring it, make it full screen. All right, here we go. All right, so that's this slide right here. Oh, I've got to go all the way back now. Okay, so there's four major things that are really important that would have been on this slide but are not. One is that, again, about half of the counties in the state of Georgia are now experiencing some kind of form of population decline. Additionally, almost 100 counties in the state of Georgia have more people moving out of them than moving in. So more people are moving out of them than moving in. And there's almost 30 counties additionally that have more people dying in them than being born. So if you think about demographic headwinds, and there's only two ways that you can ever add people to a population. They've either been born or they move into an area. For a lot of communities in rural Georgia, they have more people dying than being born, and they have more people moving out than moving in. And that is a very strong headwind. Additionally, there's just 7 counties in the state of Georgia, 7, that account for 2/3 of the entire population growth that the state has experienced since 2010. So we're looking at a massive concentration of growth in Georgia. 6 of those counties are all in Metro Georgia, or in Metro Atlanta, and the last one, the 7th county, is Chatham County, which is Savannah. So we have this massive concentration of growth in Georgia specifically to urban areas. Now I got to click it 4 times. See, there we go. These are the numbers I just said, but they were on the screen now. The important thing to notice is that this is not unique to Georgia. This is happening all over the country. There are places in every single state that is seeing rural areas seeing population declines, and that includes North Dakota with the fracking boom and what was going on. North Dakota still has rural counties losing population. Florida has rural counties losing population. California, Texas, the Texas miracle, and so on. It's not unique to Georgia. This is happening all over the country. I think about Georgia as not being the leading edge of population change in America. It is not. The leading edge is California, Texas, New York, and Florida. What Georgia is the bleeding edge of population change. It is just one step behind how the rest of the country grows. And of course, the other one being Arizona. So again, all the same trends that are happening all over the country are happening right here in Georgia as well. We do have declining or slow growth in rural areas. That's the other emphasis within there about the national trends. Does it change now? Am I going to get graphics? I am. All right, this is going to make it a lot better. Thank you. All right. Changing. There's 2010 to 2015. So it stopped being isolated in southwestern and east Georgia, and it's become a statewide change as well. And if we look at these four, these are the ones that are seeing on the left. Those are natural net decrease. More people are dying in those counties than being born. On the right, that is going to be those that are seeing population declines, and this one is net migration that is becoming negative. And of course, these are the 7 counties that account for 2/3 of the entire growth in Georgia. This is the map. This is a Census Bureau map. I would not have picked these colors personally, but the Census Bureau did. The red and the purple are what's important, because the red are the areas that lost in the recovery from the recession, and the purple are those that lost before the recession and after the recession. And if you notice, there's red counties in Florida and California and Texas, purple all up here. We got the Dakotas, again, seeing the same kind of thing. There's red and purple all over the place. I'm not the first one to pick up on this. These are some very serious editorial headlines that are starting to pop up in some major news outlets. It's not just in the AJC. This is going to be in the New York Times. This is going to be in a lot of the very major media outlets in the country. They're also picking up on this nationwide, national trend of declining or very slow growth in rural areas. This is the net change for both urban Georgia and rural Georgia since 2010. And I've got this bracketed out by both natural increase and net migration. So if you look, overall, urban Georgia has gained 500,000 people in the last 6 years. But rural Georgia has seen a decrease in its population. And that is not because people aren't having babies. That's actually happening, this little blue. It's because there's more people moving out than are being born in rural Georgia. And for a lot of areas, this is a very, very long-term trend. There's 37 counties in Georgia that had larger populations counted in Census 1920 than they had counted in Census 2010. And there's 11 counties that had larger populations in Census 1860 than it had in Census 2010. So 150 years ago, they were larger. So again, this is a very long-term pattern of challenges in rural Georgia, of struggles to maintain their populations. If we look across time, this is brand new. This is something that hasn't really happened in Georgia in the last 40 years. If we look at rural Georgia's growth over time, the 90s were pretty good to rural Georgia. The 2000s were less good, but still pretty good. But look, in the 2010s, we're starting to see population declines in rural Georgia. So the state as a whole, we can look at those sort of aggregate numbers, and we could say Georgia's growing pretty well. It is. It's just not growing as well in rural Georgia. And these are all these categorizations between urban and rural are the same going back, so we don't have sort of cross-classification, a rural area turning into an urban area. These are all the same going backwards. Now this is data I pulled from the IRS. So we think about the key here, right, and even back to here, is that we have more people moving out of Georgia, rural Georgia. And so we go, okay, well, people moving out, this is probably a bad thing, but maybe it might not be. If we look at the IRS data and we look at those who are tax filing in one location, in one county, in 1 year, and then in the next year, they're filing in another one. So let's assume there's 2 people, somebody moving in and somebody moving out into a county. And the person who moves in makes 40 grand a year, and the person moving out makes 60. That community has a net change of 0, but it's $20,000 poorer in a given year. And these are all the rural Georgia counties, and this is plotted in thousands. On the left, we've got Greene County, which is actually ranked 212th out of 3,000 counties in the state in the country in terms of net gain due to migration. So there's more people moving into Greene County, Georgia, that are making more money than those who are moving out, to the tune of over $20 million per year. And there's a lot of counties over here that are actually net positive in terms of their income distribution. Now on the tail end, we've got all the way down here, we've got, I believe this is Bullock County, which is ranked 2,786th out of the 3,000 counties. So this is a very far away of the distribution. You have some that are actually doing pretty well in terms of rural Georgia, actually making money irrespective of anything else that is happening in their communities. It's just that there's people who are making more money are moving in than those who are moving out. But for other counties, we see a net change. Overall, when you aggregate all this up, rural Georgia is losing about $71 million a year in annual income every single year. That is a very significant headwind in terms of economic development. Can you imagine if that number was reversed, for instance? When we think about where are they moving to, then, if people are moving out of rural Georgia, where are they moving to? Well, 71% of those who moved out of a rural county in Georgia in 2013 moved to an urban area. So we see rural to urban migration. Almost a quarter moved out of state. So they're not just moving out of rural Georgia, they're moving out of Georgia. And only 7% moved from one rural community in Georgia to another rural community in Georgia. So this is, again, back to people, where are people moving to? They're moving into urban areas. These are the top 5 county destinations, irregardless of state. And you see Fulton, DeKalb, Gwinnett, Cobb, and Clayton counties. And these 5 counties are 38% of every single person who moves out of rural Georgia. So again, concentration within an urban area and very specifically into metro Atlanta. The last thing I'm going to cover is the age structure. This is the age distribution of Georgia in 2000. The youngest are on the left and the oldest are on the right. Now you notice something that's very interesting about rural Georgia's age structure, and that's this really weird saddle-like feature in middle-aged adults. These are 30-somethings and 40-somethings in rural Georgia. It's actually lower. There's more 20-somethings and there's more 50-somethings than we have 30-somethings in rural Georgia. And if we look ahead to 2010, we can still see that. It's actually become exaggerated in 2010. And if we do a projection going forward into 2020, it's again still there, but not quite as much. Now, the really important thing when you look at this is that the lines need to move up, because up means growth. And so in these age groups in here, these are what we call our working age populations, right? Those who are 18 to 64. We see all of these lines almost not going anywhere at all. And instead, what we see over here on the old part of the age distribution, we see all these lines growing northward, meaning that what's happening in rural Georgia is there's a lot of aging in place. There's not a lot of growth in their younger ages, and then we see a lot of growth in our older ages, aging in place. If you have 1,000 people and they're all born in, like, let's say 1970, and we count them today and no one's moved out, we might have 980 people, maybe 950, right? Because some people don't survive. But eventually, that 950 people has to go to 0, because people, to put it very nicely, age out of a population. So if we don't have a lot of growth over here, and instead we have growth at the one end, we have the same, essentially the same cohort or group of people in rural Georgia that we've had for the last 40 and 50 years. And their kids and their grandkids aren't staying put. They're moving out. And so what we're going to see is a lot of rural areas might seem like they have flat or stable or slightly declining populations, but within the next 20 and 30 years, those populations are going to start eroding much more rapidly. Oh, and then I had a number out to 2030. Oh, and then it went fast. So here's, I can't even, it's going crazy. There's 2030 again, very little growth. This is This is the age pattern for all of rural Georgia. I bracketed off to 3 age groups for 2010 and for 2030. You can see that 0 to 19-year-olds projected to have a 1% decline. 20 to 64-year-olds, our working age population, projected to be a 1% decline. Everybody over the age of 65 in rural Georgia, a 60% increase, so 60% larger. And for a lot of areas, we're kind of already there. These are the 10 oldest counties in Georgia by median age, and 9 of those 10 are in rural Georgia. The only one that is not and is actually considered urban is McIntosh County, which is the 10th oldest. Although, if you've been to McIntosh, I don't know if you'd call it urban. Some of these are very old, right? Union County, the median age, the average person in that county is 53 years old. The Georgia average is almost 36. It's 20 years older in Union County. It's 15 years older in Quitman County. So this again, shows that for a lot of areas, a lot of rural Georgia is already there. If we had the flip and we had the 10 youngest counties in Georgia, 7 of the youngest are all urban counties. This is my contact info. I love talking about this kind of stuff. I hope you can tell. And it's going to be a 1-2 punch with Sharon Kane, who's going to pop up next. And I hope we'll have time as well for questions. Thank you. Thank you for the technical difficulties.
Hey, everybody. Sorry about your ears there. I'm pulling up my computer, but it died while he was speaking. We're having a couple of technical issues. Okay, welcome. Thank you so much, Matt. That was very informative. I'm going to feed off what Matt was talking about. Really briefly, hang on. You've seen some of our numbers here already. The Center for Agribusiness and Economic Development, a lot of this, we do the Farm Gate Value Report, among other things, so some of these are floating around. If you want to find some of these afterwards, I have some of these. So I'm going to talk to you really briefly today about, I guess, maybe some broader demographic and economic trends. Matt, I'll reiterate a little bit of what Matt was talking about. So many of these are interwoven. And what you've heard today. So really quickly, I wanted to quote something that has been attributed to Albert Einstein, but I'm not sure it's really his, but basically the bottom line is not everything that's counted actually counts, and not everything that counts can be counted. But we're showing you some statistics today that will help shed some light on your mission. So we've heard a lot of good stuff today. See if I can see this. I'm a little bit shorter. So first I want to talk to you about some of the rural population trends, and it really is going to just reiterate some of what Dr. Hauer said. So if you can see, this is urban America in the 1970s. Fewer metropolitan areas and smaller suburbs. So basically the orange, again, I didn't choose these colors either. So the orange on the map are the rural or non-metropolitan counties, and the gray are the urban counties, and this goes back to the 1970s, actually some numbers from 1974. And you can look, this is a more current one from the numbers in 2013, how much more gray you see on the map. So we can go back, there's rural in the 70s, here's rural currently. So that gives you an idea of what we're talking about and reiterate some of that. Really quickly too, I wanted to let you know that I have a lot of slides today. And some of them are going to have numbers on them. Don't freak out. It'll be okay. No testing afterwards. But pretty much the same as what Matt was saying in his. The darker numbers on the maps are going to be the higher numbers. The lighter shaded will be the lower numbers. So if I go through something kind of quickly, you can get a quick glance at what it is because of the color of the map. Also, looking at the population change, kind of like what Matt was talking about, I've got circled right down there. That's where it started going more negative. That's 1977 to 2016 in the rural areas. And you can see metro population change and non-metro population change. A little bit interchangeably in this presentation are metro, non-metro, rural, urban. If anybody's unclear on it, we can answer that in questions later. So we can't help but go into education, how important that is, and a lot of people have mentioned it already, and also mentioned how Georgia doesn't stand alone. There are a lot of national trends that Georgia reflects, maybe somewhat more or less. But in this graph, in this chart, we can see, so your red bars are urban and your blue are rural, and this is college completion rates in the U.S. So you can see quite a bit higher college completion rates in the U.S. in the urban areas versus the rural areas. About 58%. The rural rate is about 58%. But in Georgia, the rural rate of college completion is about 49%. And that's just from that's the last number, is about 49%. So you can see how that's changing over time, the gap between the urban and the rural college completion rates from just 1970 to the most current numbers available, as those numbers are quite a bit less in the rural areas than in the urban areas in Georgia. Another slide with a map. This one is more red and green instead of just lighter and darker. So your green outlined counties are your top 10 SAT scores, and that's in math and verbal, and the red counties are the ones that are the bottom 10. So that gives you an idea of the location of the top 10 and the bottom 10 SAT scores in the state of Georgia in 2015. Now, the correlation between low education and poverty. So, when we leave education, we start talking about all these other things, and again, they're all woven together. This map is a little bit hard to see, but the counties that are outlined in the dark black are the ones that are the high rate of poverty counties, at 20% and higher, and the shading, particularly this that you can see a lot of in Georgia, is 15 to 19% poverty, along with the populations without a high school diploma. So you're seeing a lot of correlation between a low education and poverty in the rural areas. Along with that comes other things to look at. Average unemployment rate, differs in the low education counties. Average child poverty rate, just the average poverty rate in general. If you look at this and that, these are the low education counties, and these are all other rural counties. So even though we looked at rural and urban, this breaks down rural even further into the low education rural and the regular rural counties. And as we talk about, we'll talk a little bit more about poverty, but let's talk about employment and earnings and how that's related to education. So you can see from this, there's a lot of information on there, but basically this chart takes you from lower education levels to higher, lower unemployment rates to higher, and they're inverse of each other. So you can see at the higher rates of education, there's much lower unemployment. Basically same here. This is the distribution of all U.S. households' earnings by education. So, bachelors are more up here, less than high schools down here. Let's look at this from the perspective of rural and urban. So your orange line here is your rural and your green is urban. So if you've got a graduate or professional degree, your earnings are higher in an urban area than in a rural area. Down here, not that different between rural and urban when you have lower education levels. But as you work your way up this chart, you see bigger differences in these, in the rural and urban median earnings, which is something that's already been brought up today. We'll have some more about that. Some recent figures from the Economic Research Service shows something interesting from 2014 to 2015, which this is the latest available. If you look right here, you can see that rural and urban counties are growing at about the same rate. This is in Georgia, by the way. I did have a map with this. So they're growing at about the same rate, but look at the difference of your starting point. So this is your per capita income going from 29 to 30,000 a year in rural areas, in urban going from 40, just over almost 41 to 42. Earnings per job, again, in the rural areas, high 30s, in the urban areas, almost the mid-50s there. So the earnings per job, again, the percent of change, there's still some recovery going on from the Great Recession that really officially ended in 2009. So let me tell you a little bit about these maps. I told you that the maps in the darker colors are going to be the higher numbers. So I'm not sure how well you can read that from there. The highest number here is between 80 and 90,000 a year for median household earnings, again, that we've talked about today. The map on your left is all Georgia counties, shaded in the lighter to darker green. And on the right, I've got all the counties that are classified through the USDA, actually Office of Management and Budget, but kind of the typical classification we've used here. So these are our non-metro counties over here. So you can look at all of Georgia counties where you see the dark areas, and then the ones that are classified rural or non-metro. The highest among all these counties is almost 100,000 over here when you look at all Georgia counties. The highest among the non-metro counties is 56,000. So the rural counties in Georgia have a median household earnings of around 56,000, but for all Georgia counties, the highest is 97,000. The lowest, I believe, is 25,000. So this relates to unemployment, as this can be part of the earnings picture, is people not working. And someone mentioned that earlier too, so we'll tie into some labor force participation. So the main thing to get from this graph is, here's the Great Recession, capital G, capital R, even in the official documentation. So at the beginning of the Great Recession, we were right here with our unemployment rate in Georgia. This is all of Georgia. So we were right here. So unemployment went up, and then it started coming back down. Well, we're not quite back to where we were pre-recession. We're pretty close. I believe March 2017, April may have just come out right around 5% for the seasonally adjusted. So we're right about there, but you can look at all of this. I mean, this is a long time after the recession unemployment rates, which could explain, some of the patterns that we're seeing here. The unemployment rate in all of Georgia, this is not a map that I chose the colors again, but so this swath across here are the highest unemployment rate numbers. So these lower colors are the lowest numbers, and then they work their way up through the greens all the way to the darkest blue are the highest numbers. These are the not seasonally adjusted numbers. And unemployment rate is very important, but it doesn't necessarily tell you the whole story about people that may not be in the workforce anymore. So there's even more to the story than just the unemployment rate. A really interesting study out of the Bureau of Labor Statistics talks about alternative measures of labor underutilization. So it compares the US and Georgia. So if you look at this line, this is what we call the U3. It's your standard official measure of unemployment. The blue line is the US, and the red line is Georgia. So you can see what's happening here with sort of what we typically know as the unemployment rates. But when you start considering some of the people that are marginally attached to the workforce, they're working part-time because they have to, because they can't find full-time, or they might be discouraged workers. There's a much bigger number that you're looking at here. This is a gap of people who are not actually being used in the labor force. So I mentioned that some of those are discouraged workers. Well, I have numbers for all of Georgia from Federal Reserve data, of those they're actually not in the labor force. So yeah, we can look at the unemployment rates and see what's happening there, but look at the people that are not in the workforce. So we'll go back to like what we did before. Again, this shaded part is our Great Recession. And right here is our number of discouraged workers right before the recession. And it kind of went down, the number of discouraged workers went up. Look at us now. We're still not back to where we were before the Great Recession in the number of discouraged workers in Georgia. So there's still quite a bit of people that have not re-entered the workforce. The labor force participation rates help show us that a little bit. This one goes way back. to 1948 to the current rate. This is the civilian labor force participation rate. Now, we don't include our military people. We don't include people that are currently in any kind of institution, not our prisoners. But look at your labor force participation rate. All of the shaded areas are recessions. So you can see the recessions. Here's where we are right now, our labor force participation rate. It has really, really dropped. It's comparable to rates in the 70s right now, in the 1970s. So it's not close to where we were back in the 50s, but the rate is not anywhere near where it has been in the not too recent past. So those are people that are not participating in the labor force, and a lot of what Matt was talking about feeds into that, because as people are aging, there's certainly baby boomers that are maybe aging out, but there's other reasons too. There's economic reasons why people are out of the labor force. So what I did is calculated some labor force participation rates for Georgia, and I compared all the counties and compared them to the rural or non-metro counties. So it's the same thing that we were talking about before, your darker colors. So you got gray to purple, basically bright purple. So here's all the counties in Georgia and the percent of the labor force, percent of population over 18 participating in the labor force, civilian labor force. So you can see your darkest numbers. Look, the highest here is 60 to 70%. So you can see some of your darker numbers, some of your lighter numbers. Overall in Georgia, about 62% of the civilian population is participating in the labor force. Pretty comparable to the U.S. rate in April 2017 of 63%, so fairly comparable. Then when you look at the non-metro Georgia counties, the average there is 53.7%. So in non-metro Georgia, we've got quite a bit lower than overall Georgia, and then your metro average is 63. So there's about a 10 percentage point difference there between people participating in the labor force in metro versus non-metro Georgia. So you can see the difference there. The range is very interesting. When you look at all the counties in Georgia, it ranges from 24.6%, which is a little bit of an anomaly, to 71.2%. So that's a pretty big range, and it gives you an idea of why some of those median earnings numbers might be less in some of those counties because of this. And of course, this does tie into the poverty that we talked a little bit about earlier when we were looking at education. So let's look at poverty. Poverty rates by region and whether you're metro or non-metro, again, rural, urban, similar kind of thing. So in this case, metro, urban, non-metro, rural is similar to what we've been talking about. This is by U.S. region. So we're comparing the northeast part of the U.S., Midwest, the South, and the West. I think you can see a pattern here. So in the South, the rural areas have quite higher average poverty rates than the metro areas, and quite a bit bigger difference than these. As the USDA ERS pointed out, the gaps in the South have historically been the largest gaps. So we've seen the largest gaps in poverty between metro and non-metro in the South regions. Most recently, about 6% higher than in metro areas, and 43.9% of the non-metro population and more than half of the non-metro poor live in the South. So more than half of the rural poor live in the South. Nearly 84% of the persistent poverty counties are in the South. The persistent poverty means that they have ranked 20% or that they've ranked consistently over the last 4 censuses. So of Georgia's 85 non-metro rural counties, 40 are classified as persistent poverty counties. That means over all the censuses over the last 40 years. So again, you can see this is the national map that ties into what we've been talking about, how a lot of trends are not just Georgia, they are national trends as well. just like some of those recession trends that we've seen. But on this map, the deepest, darkest purple means the poverty rate in a rural area is 30% or higher, and you can see some of that in here. The metro counties are shaded gray, and then the slightly lower amounts of poverty are in the lighter purple. So I created a map looking at Georgia, and this is in purple as well. I was trying to kind of stick with the colors that the national one was in, but theirs was an odd choice. So again, here's our comparison. You can take your light to dark purple. The highest rate is 40. And look where the darker and the lighter colors are. So the lower poverty, basically, the greater poverty. The map on the left is all the counties in Georgia. The map on the right is the rural counties. And you can see that the color is darker there. So the U.S. poverty rate in the most recent numbers is 14.7%. U.S. non-metro is 17.2%. U.S. metro counties, 14%. Now in Georgia, our overall poverty rate is 17%, a little bit higher than the U.S. poverty rate. Rural counties in Georgia, 23%, compared to our non-rural counties, about 16%. So a higher poverty rate in our rural counties than in our non-rural counties in Georgia. I have a lot of slides under health and wellness, and I don't want to not do them justice, but I do want to make sure I leave time for questions. So as I flip through these, a lot of these are maps with just similar coloring. You'll see the darker colors for the areas where the numbers are higher. And then we'll have one more quick section after that. So these are obese adults. In Georgia 1990, 10%. Georgia 2015, 31%. And this is a more up-close map of Georgia. The darker color are the greater obesity numbers. This is obesity numbers by education level. That you can see that the higher education level, lower obesity numbers, less than high school, higher obesity numbers, which ties in with our education slides from earlier. If you have excess weight, you're going to have a shorter life. This is your body mass index. So your life is shorter, can be shorter by having higher body mass index. Costs by country. Look at the U.S. As a percentage of healthcare spending, obesity-related costs are higher in the U.S. than in all of these countries. $147 billion annually for obese versus normal weight individuals, to give you an idea of how much more is spent on that. Here's another map that you can see all of the U.S. And in Georgia, we went from 5% in 1990 to 11.3% of adults with diabetes. And this is a closer-up map of Georgia. All these in the darkest color are obesity rates from 2013 of over 11% of adults. The percent of women classified as obese pre-pregnancy, you can look and see that Georgia is one of the higher numbers here, greater than 25%. Adults with hypertension, that one's a little bit harder to see. I believe that's 10% in 1990 and 30% in 2015 are adults with hypertension. Teenage birth rates, here's the Georgia number here, and there's the pattern of the highest numbers across this swath of the United States. Some Georgia health outcomes from the Georgia Health Rankings, which many of you may be familiar with. It's a combination of lots of different factors, but you can see, again, the darker numbers are the higher numbers, and you can see some lower numbers here. The highest ranked in the health outcomes, which means, I'm sorry, it's like the lowest ranked. So the lowest ranked are the darker numbers. I may have said that wrong. So you can get an idea there of some Georgia health outcomes by county. And of course, my favorite part to discuss, some maps that we've already seen today, is I want to talk to you a little bit about agriculture and value added. So it's not all dismal news today talking about rural. There's so much that we can look at, and it is multidimensional. This is something that I wanted to point out to you that I found very interesting. This is a chart that may be a little bit confusing at first, but this is the U.S., and this is the value added to gross domestic product by agriculture, food, and related industries. And this is over the period from 2007 to 2015. One of the main takeaways I want you to get from this today is, so we're looking at farming, forestry, food and beverage and tobacco manufacturing, textile, apparel, and leather manufacturing, food and beverage stores, food service, eating and drinking places. That's kind of the food system. Look at this green right here. This is farming. So this is the amount of value added to the gross domestic product in the U.S. by just the agriculture part of it, the farming, production, ag part of it. So I guess the question is, where would all these be if we did not have this part right here? Because this is a value chain here. So that's something to think about. I could not find these exact numbers for Georgia, but I found something pretty close that might help you to see this in terms of Georgia. So let me tell you a little bit what we have here. So what we have here is the value added to, we'll loosely call it state gross domestic product. So it's similar to gross domestic product for state. So I have separated it out by non-metro Georgia counties and metro Georgia counties. So you've got your green, which is farming for both of these. The red is forestry, fishing, and related activities. And the next is ag and forestry support. So this is over $3.5 billion value added to state gross domestic product by just these three aspects. I did not have numbers for all the others. But this gives you an idea of how much the farming, forestry, fishing, and related ag forestry support adds to the Georgia state domestic product in terms of metro and non-metro. So you can see there's a big difference here. A map that we saw a little bit like before, but this one's broken down a little bit differently than what we've looked at. I'm sure many of you are familiar with our extension districts. So we have broken down the most recent farm gate values of $13.8 billion. And we've broken it down by our regions, the Northwest, Northeast, Southeast, and Southwest. And on these colors, it's a little bit differently, but so the highest numbers are the blue and the red. So on this map, the highest farm gate numbers by county are going to be the blue and the red, and the highest total for districts is in our Southwest district. So that gives you an idea of the role of the farm gate value in counties. Mr. Hazlett will be speaking later, but I wanted to use his map, give him credit. But to compare, one of the comparisons that he's made is Gwinnett to some of these counties. Also, one of the things that I wanted to look at was Gwinnett County compared to that 56-county Georgia region and all of Georgia in terms of farm gate value. So Gwinnett County farm gate value is $31.2 million. And then when you consider all of the ag and related industries, and that includes manufacturing and some other ag-related manufacturing and the number of jobs, and compare it to the the South Georgia region and all of Georgia, you can see the farm gate value in all of these counties here is $12 billion out of a $13.8 billion farm gate total for Georgia. So that gives you an idea of all the jobs that are related to ag, food, and fiber, 223,000 jobs related to ag, food, and fiber in this region. So that gives you a place to compare that. One other quick thing that I want to talk to you about is the economic, we still got time for questions, okay. Economic importance of food and fiber. One other calculation that we've done, not really recently, this is 2012, but it still gives you the idea. The same kind of map pattern we've used before is the darker colors for higher. This is where ag, food, and fiber make up a certain portion of a county's total output is what we call it. To call it the total economy could make sense too. So up to 50% of certain counties' economies are made up of ag, food, and fiber-related industries. So that gives you an idea. These are all counties. These are the rural or non-metro counties. And last but not least, We wanted to do a little thought experiment for you. So we have economic models that we work with, and I created 2 different models, one for non-metro Georgia and one for metro Georgia, so the rural and the non-rural. And my thought experiment was, what if there were a 10% increase in non-metro ag production? So we saw the farm gate maps. We see where ag production is taking place. You might think, no impact at all in metro. So when we ran these numbers, the lighter numbers are what happens if there's a 10% increase in non-metro ag production, but the darker green numbers are what happens in metro Georgia with this change in ag production. And this does not even include manufacturing or any of the other industries. This is simply production agriculture and the inputs that it takes to bring that to the farm gate. So you can see that, so if non-metro ag production went up by 10%, we would have 15,000 more jobs in non-metro areas, but we'd also have over 1,600 in metro area, and that is a very small piece of actually what would happen if we follow this all the way to the end consumer. So that gives you an idea of the tie-in and just more proof that Georgia's not rural versus urban, but Georgia's rural and urban. And I think this helps make the point. So we can open it up for questions now. If anybody has questions for me or Matt, and here's my contact information.
We do have about 15 minutes that we can take some questions for the two presenters if you would like to. So if y'all want to, if members of the council want to ask some questions, we'll open the floor for that. Chairman Shaw.
I got a quick question, because you look on the way the maps are color-coded, where you broken down by metro and non-metro. So we've had a situation in my district where you've got a rural county, which it's obviously rural because there's not even a traffic light, but it's not considered, it's considered metro just because it's part of an MSA. So how do you take that into account on the numbers? Because if those little small counties that are in an MSA, so they're not being considered rural, because, do you see what I'm trying to say? I mean, recently it came up, we were trying to get and I see Alice Johnson here from Congressman Scott's office, and she's familiar with what I'm talking about because she and I have been racking our brains about it, but we can't even get like a telemedicine grant for a rural hospital because they're saying that the CMS doesn't consider us to be rural. And we're talking about a little town without a traffic light.
Matt, do you have anything just from the designations, or do you want me to?
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure our demographer may have something to add here. So that can be an issue, and I've heard about that quite a bit. What Matt and I both used on this presentation is a designation by the Office of Management and Budget, and it enables us to look at 2 different things, rural, metro, but there are a lot of different measurements, and some of them are even overlapping. So there's counties that could be classified various different things. The solution to that, I'm not really sure I know a solution. Where I was looking at this information, you've probably already looked there, but on the Economic Research Service of the USDA, there are a lot of different classifications, and maybe you could make a case with some kind of appeal about other classifications under which your county falls.
Right.
Yeah, I was just gonna add that this is a designation generally by the U.S. Pardon me, by the U.S. Census Bureau based upon connectivity between areas as well. So, an area, if you think about, I always like to use the example of Madison, Georgia, because I drive through Madison quite a bit, and I consider Madison to be a relatively rural area when I drive through it, but it has what I would consider an urban part. Right? It has a grid, it has a downtown grid, it has a square, it's got housing that is relatively smaller lot than I live in Clark, and Clark is definitely not a rural area. So we have rural areas in an urban area, and we also have urban areas in rural areas, and so it becomes really difficult when you actually try and classify something as in or out of something, because there's a lot of gray in the world. It's not so black and white. Unfortunately, the Census Bureau, the USDA, have used this kind of rural-urban classification for a very long time. So the benefit of it is that it allows us to go back in time and use an apples-to-apples comparison to look at rural areas across America, across time, without having to use a definitional change as well. So it's not the best metric. It's the one that is the one-size-fits-all that not everybody can fit into perfectly, unfortunately. They've expanded it, and there's a gradient now as well, so you can look at an urban area or rural area on a spectrum, where obviously New York City is on one end, and if anybody is familiar with Loving County, Texas, which has 77 people in it, that would be the other end.
Thank you.
Thanks for your question.
Other questions? Chairman McCall.
I know a question from me about an obesity chart might wake some folks up different than what I normally ask. But what I was looking at on those obesity charts and the life expectancy, a lot of the rural counties, several of them in my district, I think one thing this council can help improve on, when you look at disposable income, or if there is such a thing as a more healthful restaurant decides to look at a location, the disposable income is not showing up in those poor rural counties. Therefore, all we get are hamburger joints and convenience stores, which rolls into the obesity rates. Am I not correct on thinking that way? And what we need to be looking at too is increasing that disposable income in the rural counties to where maybe a better, more healthful restaurant would think about locating in these rural counties. Am I thinking way off base and getting in the weeds?
Well, I'm not sure exactly what the restaurants would look for, but I mean, what you're saying sounds reasonable. And that's one good point about looking at this kind of data. Like it basically comes from a federal level. So if somebody is looking at your county, this is the kind of stuff that they're going to find. So where to go next with changing it or about restaurants, I don't know anything about that. Do you?
I was just going to say that broadly, we are a product of the places that we live in, right? So if I have money in my pocket and I want to go and buy a Starbucks coffee and there's no Starbucks near me, it doesn't matter. I can't actually use the dollars that I have to buy a product I want to buy if there's no Starbucks near me. So the same kind of thing happens in terms of why would a Starbucks or why would a Hardee's as opposed to a green eating place located in my community. They're looking at this 30,000-foot view, looking down and making decisions about where they're going to locate, right? All the different decisions that go into the firm location process. So maybe disposable income is one of those metrics, but it doesn't change the fact that there's probably a lot of metrics that need to be changed to be on the radar for places that might sell more fresh produce or more fresh groceries or more fresh fast food and so on.
And can I ask one more? On another slide somewhere, the age in the rural county were going sky high. Another reason because we don't have things for younger. We raise kids and then they get a job in a metro area, which rolls into the school systems and the health care. We're going to need more health care in rural Georgia by the chart that had people 70 and 80 years old instead of less. And that's the problem. We're losing that health care in our rural counties for many reasons. But I think one thing that makes those numbers look different is we don't have anything for childbearing age people to necessarily make a living doing. Therefore, they move to wherever the metro jobs are, which affects everything from school systems to health care to hamburger joints to anything like that. And I think that's one thing we need to be looking toward how to fix it. That's what we got to figure out.
Thank you.
Chairman Powell.
This question is for Matt. I noticed in one of the slides that you had, that you showed that this is not a phenomenon that is just peculiar to Georgia, that there are rural counties and rural communities all over the United States that are losing population. My question is this: are there states where this is not as bad as it is in Georgia? Are they doing a better job of trying to address this issue? And what are some of the policy issues that might go into it from what you've seen that can make a difference?
Without wading into my own personal opinion, there are some states that aren't nearly as bad, but the product of not being, quote, as bad is also because those are very urban states. So Florida is a really great example. Florida only has a small handful of rural counties. It actually is a very urban state. Most of its counties are actually urban, and most of its rural counties were all growing up until very recently, up until the 2010s, the recovery and the recession. And now the recovery and the way that the economy has reordered is starting to pull Florida's rural economy and rural communities down, when for 50-plus years, they were all growing. And the flip of that, right, is that in Georgia, we have more rural counties, but our rural counties have faced longer problems, right? So in a place like Florida, it's more urban than Georgia, and its issue has been more recent than an issue in Georgia. If you just look broadly, even if you look into the Northeast and you look into what we call Rust Belt, the Rust Belt areas, those rural areas were doing generally okay in the 90s and 2000s, and now they're starting to see challenges too. The only comparable place I can really think about in terms of looking at really rural America in the South and the challenges it has faced is when you look into Texas and you look in the Midwest, sort of the breadbasket down from Kansas down into Texas, where you see the same amount of rural areas facing the same type of problem for a very similar time period. And I think that being positioned to think about this stuff now is what is really important, as opposed to having a sort of a silver bullet. Since all the states that are seeing the same thing are all trying to come to grips and figure out what to do. I don't know what a solution is off the top of my head. I'm not a rural sociologist. I'm not a rural economist. I'm just somebody who has my pulse, my finger on the pulse, if you will.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt, I read an article not too long ago called "The Grain of Georgia" that talked about the elderly in the North Georgia mountains versus the elderly in South Georgia, and it was for two different reasons. One was for retirement, and the other was just because the younger people were moving. Mm-hmm. There's also been a phenomenon of halfbacks or J-hooks coming out of North Florida or Florida because the cost of living there for retirement and wanting to come in. Is that an economic opportunity? Are we better off if we're trying to recruit the elderly than to let them age on their own? Is there a difference in those two geographical areas?
Yeah, well, that's a really good question. So yes, there is an absolute difference between the graying that's occurring in North Georgia, where you're seeing retirement amenity migration, people are moving into the North Georgia mountains, as opposed to people who are in rural South Georgia who are aging in place, right? They didn't choose necessarily to move to rural Georgia. They were probably born there. They liked it. They lived there, raised families there, run a business there, and now they're going to retire in South Georgia. So there is an absolute difference. The halfback thing is not just economic. I also want to point out, too, it's also related to climate. I grew up in Florida. I can tell you I have no plan on moving back to Florida. My family, every time they come up and visit, they're always amazed at how North Georgia feels compared to Florida. My father made a comment when I moved to Athens. We went out for pizza. It was July. They had the windows open. And he said, "This doesn't happen in Tampa." And I said, "You're right. It doesn't." So it's not just the halfback is not just economic. It's also very much climate related. As people are moving from Michigan to Florida, it's too hot, and they move halfway back. The issue in terms of it being an economic
development, a migrant stream. And this is what's really important to understand about the graying that's occurring in North Georgia mountains for retirement amenity-rich retirements, right? So people are moving into the mountains, they're buying a cabin to live in essentially a pretty great location. People don't stay. That retirement migration is very much a very large churn. People move into and they retire for 10 or 15 years, they buy a cabin, then they sell the cabin, and then they move closer to their grandkids. So it's not, you have to have this perpetual churn of retirees in order to sustain that type of economy, because people aren't moving there, generally, they're not moving there, they're staying there for 30 years and they're dying there. That generally does not happen. They're moving in, they're staying for 10 to 15, and then they're moving out. And you have to have a permanent flow of people into the mountains for that to happen. In North Georgia in particular, the migration is not interstate. So these are not people generally, I mean, there is a flow, but it's not the majority of it, of people moving from Florida up into the North Georgia mountains and so on. What you're really seeing a lot of is people from Georgia relocating into the mountains for their retirement. So you don't get a lot of in-migration from out of state. I mean, you get some, but you get a lot of people already moving from Georgia into the mountains. They might have moved from somewhere else into Atlanta and then moved a second time from Georgia or Atlanta or wherever into the mountains. You do have some of that. I think in terms of an economic development strategy, I think it has some. I think it's very viable. I don't know if it's necessarily viable everywhere. And understand, too, that there's a lot of caveats that go into that, mainly being that you have to have a perpetual flow of people to sustain that population over time.
Got a couple more questions, then we're going to have to go into break to stay on time. Our resident woodchuck, Representative Nimmer.
I had a question. Well, hey, being that you gave me the mic, yes, sir.
Said you did.
Yes, sir, I will. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will, and I know when you got up, ma'am, and started your presentation, you quoted or gave credit to a quote to Albert Einstein. Possibly, but you gave him credit for it. And I agree. I don't think that everything is counted, really counts. I think to Chairman Shaw's point, we let statistics and reports drive really how we handle the functioning of our local governments. A town without a red light I would count as rural. And a lot of our stuff, Chairman Powell and Chairman England, I know we're going to take a common sense approach to policy, but we can go ahead and apply a lot of common sense to existing policy. Couple things. Perkle and I have been sitting here talking. I know nobody means any ill will when we have these conversations about rural Georgia. But I heard the word cheap labor in rural Georgia. That sets a negative connotation to the mind of a young child. Across many of our communities is graduation time. I've heard Chairman McCall and I have talked about this before. Mr. Langdale, one of my good friends sitting out there, we've heard this before. That Friday night in a rural town is the saddest time for that community because the best and the brightest leave and they don't come back. While I understand the comment and agree with it wholeheartedly, if my 3 children hear me say that, then what is that telling them if they stay? Think about it. They're not the best and the brightest if they stay in my town. If I tell them that we have cheap labor, not competitive, not the best, but cheap labor, I'm telling my 3 kids that they're not valued as high as somebody in a metro area. We're pushing kids into an area of higher education. There's nothing wrong with that. And they're coming out with nothing to do. We've got in rural Georgia right now in a district that John Corbett, Jason Shaw, and myself share. In one of our cities, we've got 4 very good employers looking for help. You know what's going to happen if they don't get it? They're going to relocate. You know what's going to happen to an industry that's trying to come into that town right now? They're not going to brick and mortar in that town. Because anybody with an investment that they're going to make is going to go talk to the businesses that are there. And if they can't find management or entry-level labor, they're not going to invest. We've got to change a lot of the existing conversation that we're having in our communities. I think that starts with us as a council. I think that starts with the way we present. Nothing wrong with the way y'all presented, but I think in the way we present our findings when we do reports and studies. My biggest argument on your whole chart, if I had to make one, while I agree that agriculture was a large portion of that one bar graph, forestry had to be bigger. Do you know the importance of forestry? Do you know that Georgia is the #1 state in the nation for forestry? Can I take a point of personal privilege right here, Mr. Chairman?
I thought that's what this whole thing was.
I was building to that right now. I was building to it.
What is it you do for a living?
I take pride in planting trees for a living and harvesting them. But let me tell you why I'm so passionate about this is because if we don't change our conversations, we reference poverty and how it takes a generation or two to come out of a poverty cycle. We've got to start and change that mindset and that conversation to get out of the cycle of rural Georgia going backwards. We've allowed it to happen. We wanted better for our kids. We pushed them to go and do things in other places, spread their wings. I'm not telling my kids the best and the brightest leave town. I don't want them to think cheap labor stays in Blackshear, Georgia. I want them to know that the best and brightest come back and invest in what gave them a life and an upbringing that has value and gave them character and integrity. And they have an opportunity to build on something. I think that's the charge each one of us have to take serious that doesn't require legislation. It requires true, heartfelt representation of our families and our people. But on my point of personal privilege, Georgia is #1 in the nation for forestry. When you go back and check those, if nothing else, just make that little section bigger. There you go, just bigger. But I do appreciate y'all's time. I appreciate what y'all bring to us for real hard numbers to look at. But Chairman Shaw, with the issue that you bring up, that's nothing but we need somebody to take a common sense approach to what a finding is in a community and get you what you need. If you don't have a red light, you may need a red light. John Corbin will probably help you with that. But that is as rural as it gets. That's as rural as it gets. But I appreciate y'all's time for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Taylor, do you have a question? Real quick.
I really was going to bring up what Ed brought up
Okay.
about the retirement and the benefits of it, but that's good. We covered
Okay.
it.
All right, thank you. All right, everybody, we're going to take a real quick break. Please be back in your seats by 3 o'clock. We've still got a lot of ground to cover.
All right, we're getting ready to start. Let's everybody take a seat. Chairman Hatchett, if you would take your seat, please. I'm going to start calling names. Nobody wants to be called out, I guess. If you haven't sort of gotten a feel for this yet, the purpose of today's meeting is sort of to frame the issue and to sort of identify the problems in rural Georgia and why it is important that we need to address those. And then starting tomorrow, we're going to deal with some of those specific issues. And part of the conversation that Chairman England and I had was generated by our next presenter, because we both read an article that we thought really brought it home when he compared the economy and some of the statistics of one county in the state of Georgia with about a third of the rest of the state of Georgia. And that third did not quite stack up with the one county that he used as a comparison. And so we've asked him to come and to share those thoughts with us. Our presenter, this next presenter is Charlie Hazlett. He is an award-winning journalist, speechwriter, and public relations counselor, and is the founder and CEO of Hazlett Group, LLC. And the presentation that he's going to do, I presume, is an outgrowth of the article that Chairman England and I read, which was Trouble in God's Country. So let's welcome Charlie Hazlett.
Appreciate that. I've already broken the microphone. Before I dive into the presentation, I'd like to take just a minute and talk about what Trouble in God's Country is and how it got started. It's a book I've wanted to write for a long time, and I've finally begun to make time to work on it. And it's got some old roots and some fairly young roots. And the old roots go all the way back to my days as a newspaper reporter with the Atlanta Journal, which no longer exists, back in the 1970s. And every once in a while, I covered primarily government and politics, was at the state capitol for a while and in Washington for a while. And every once in a while, the paper would send me out into rural Georgia to do a story about one thing or another. And that was really sort of the first look that I began to get at really rural areas of the state. I left the paper in 1980, wound up working in a statewide political campaign, traveled all over the state and saw a lot of rural areas as part of that. And then after that, wound up in corporate PR for about a decade in Atlanta and didn't get out into the rural areas very much, so except for the interstates. And then in the mid-90s, I wound up hanging out a shingle for my PR firm and wound up working for different clients all over the state, including in rural areas. And it just seemed to me that things weren't getting much better. If anything, to the degree that you can tell something from sort of a slow motion look like that, things seem to be deteriorating. But the new roots really go back about a decade. My public relations firm was hired by Healthcare Georgia Foundation to work on a couple of projects. The first was the Trauma Initiative, going back to about 2005. And that was aimed primarily, of course, at improving trauma access in the rural part of the state. And we spent a lot of time working in rural Georgia and in the smaller communities trying to generate support for it. We were part of the effort that helped create the Trauma Commission and that helped generate some initial funding, and we were part of the effort that at least got the trauma thing on the trauma proposal on the ballot. I think that was 2010. I hasten to add that we were not the firm that managed the referendum. So, but we were part of that effort up to that point. The The next thing that root that sort of focused me on this was another Healthcare Georgia Foundation project. They asked us to organize a campaign around the issue of public health to begin to rebuild the state's public health system, and specifically to help break it out of the Department of Community Health and stand it up, or stand it back up really, as a standalone agency of state government. And we were proud to be part of that. But as part of that, and this is where I get into the presentation, and let me see if I'm going to do this right. As part of that, we wound up developing a messaging strategy that was built around the relationship between economic vitality and community health at a local level. And to do that, we pulled together data from two different sources. One of the sources, the economic source, came from DCA's annual job tax credit rankings, which I know y'all are familiar with. I just shook hands with Sarah Lynn Stafford, and I know she knows all about this. But they use a formula to rank all the counties in the state for economics based on per capita income and the poverty rate and the unemployment rate. Because what they're obviously trying to do is steer jobs into the poorest counties in Georgia. They rank the counties from worst to best. So we took their rankings and turned them upside down and ranked them from best to worst. And we mapped the data. We went to 3 tiers for a variety of reasons, mainly to simplify. And we put the top third in green and the middle third in yellow and the bottom third in red. And by now, these maps are starting to look pretty familiar to you. So that's what economic rankings look like. Next, for health, we went to the county health rankings, which Dr. Kane talked about, and used their health outcomes rankings, which are based on premature death, the percent of the population that's in poor or fair health, the days of work missed for reasons of physical or mental health, and low birth weight. And you can argue about whether something else ought to be included or taken away, but that's a pretty good list. Premature death is weighted at 50% of that formula, and and I'll talk more about that later. But we mapped that data as well, put them side by side, and it's not a perfect match, but it's a pretty good overlap. And from a messaging standpoint, from a PR standpoint, it helps stimulate the conversation and drive the discussion around public health and its relationship to the economy. So now another thing that we did was, and this is your basic publicity stunt, we organized lists every year, and we showed all of the counties for their economic ranks and their health ranks. The name of the campaign was the Partner Up for Public Health campaign, and we created what we call the Partner Up Power Ratings, and we added the rankings for health and the rankings for economics, and divided that total by 2 to create what we called a power rating, and then put that list out every year to the media. Interestingly, the counties that were at the top of the list got a fair amount of pickup in their counties, and the ones that were at the bottom tended to get ignored in their local markets. I don't know how to explain that. But it was, I was surprised by the degree to which media and others were surprised by the way these lists paralleled each other. This should not be news, but it was. And so Oconee County that year was, the last year we did it was 2013, ranked 3rd for health outcomes and 1st for economics. At the bottom, and I'll come right back to this in a minute, we had a tie, a dead solid tie between side-by-side neighbors, Crisp and Wilcox County, not far from here in south central Georgia, and mapped that data there, or those counties there. Well, as part of that, one thing you try to do is sort of drive it to a bottom line. What this shows you is the underlying data for each county that those formulas were based on. But I will tell you from a communication standpoint, and you all know this, when you start putting up this kind of data, you lose people. I think about 3 or 4 folks just nodded off when I put this up. So we tried to drive it to a bottom line. And we got lucky in 2013 because the populations of Oconee County and Crisp and Wilcox combined were nearly identical. Oconee County had a 2010 population of 32,808. Crisp and Wilcox were at 32,694. Can't get much closer than that as a practical matter. We then went looking for what I call the contribution, tax contribution by the respective areas. 2009 state income tax liability from the Department of Revenue, which used to report this data on a county level, they don't anymore, was 40.2 million for Oconee County and 12 million for Crisp and Wilcox combined. So that's number one. Then we went looking for some measure of consumption, and we pulled county level Medicaid spending from DCH. And this is what you get. 11.2 million for Oconee County and 4 times that much for Crisp and Wilcox combined. And that's a slide that sort of convinced me that there was more to the story, and it usually generates looks like I saw from a couple of folks around the table here when I use this. Another thing that happened that convinced me that there was more to the story and that I wanted to dig into it was that a couple of years ago, I guess, I read an article about the rising number of counties in the country, rural counties, that were experiencing more deaths and births on an annual basis. Dr. Howard sort of touched on this, and more than touched on it. But I went to the Department of Public Health's OASIS system and pulled that data for going back to 1994, and there were only 12 counties in Georgia that fell into that category. That's not terrible. And then I began to sort of build the year-by-year lists. 94 through, what have I got there, about 2009, there wasn't a lot of change. It bobbed up and down, but there wasn't a lot of dramatic change. But then starting in 2010, this is what happened. It went from, I think, 19 to mid-20s to 31 to 37, 48, fell back a little bit, and now this is what the map looks like. And there are probably a lot of things you can say about that. Those do not strike me as being positive trends. So just to sort of set the stage for what you're dealing with there, that's sort of a starting point. And I want to emphasize as well that I'm not just trying to demonstrate that there's a divide between rural Georgia and metro Atlanta or urban Georgia. That's old news. My real purpose is to try to document the extent to which that divide is widening and to get at the costs and the consequences of that in the hope that really what I'm trying to do is define the problem more than trying to solve the problem. And in my experience, it has seemed to me that that's a step that we've sort of skipped past as a state. So with those two sorts of things as stage setters, let me take just a second and talk about methodology. For my purposes, I have divided the state into 5 regions. My metro Atlanta area is 12 counties, which are shown in blue. North Georgia is 41 counties that are shown in yellow. Middle Georgia is 43 counties in orange. Coastal Georgia is 7 counties in green, and then interior South Georgia is 56 counties here. And what I have done is pull together a lot of different types of data, county level data, dumped it into spreadsheets, and then tagged each county by its appropriate region so that I can sort and filter and construct regional pictures as part of this. And that's primarily what I'm going to be focused on. I've looked at, and I'll try not to be too redundant with the first 2 presentations, I've looked at education, educational attainment and college enrollment patterns, economics, health status. For health status, I use premature death rates as a proxy from the public health experience. A friend I worked with a lot on that said the so-called years of potential life loss before age 75 or premature death is kind of like the Dow Jones Industrial Average of population health. If you want to look at one number and get a feel for where things stand and whether they're getting better or worse, that's the number to look at. And then finally, contribution and consumption to the public coffers, if you will, and consumption from those at a county and regional level. Population, you saw basically another iteration of this. The fat blue line on top is Metro Atlanta since 1970 through 2014. I haven't updated it through 2015. Went from about 1.5 million to about 4.7 or 8 million, I think. I can't see it from here. North Georgia is sort of the heavy mustard colored line. It doubled and was really the only other region that had material growth during that period. And population growth has obviously key where this stuff is concerned. To shift quickly to educational attainment, this is really interesting. Looking at the number of people with college degrees going back to 1970 and moving forward. In 1970, this blew me away. There were fewer than 250,000 people in Georgia who had college degrees. And more than half of them were outside metro Atlanta. But there were about 110,000 and change outside metro Atlanta. That's the orange bar. And the blue bar was metro Atlanta, 106,000. And that began to shift pretty quickly. And you can see now that as of 2009 through 2013, metro Atlanta had gained something approaching a 2-to-1 advantage. If we were to update that data, and I will at some point, I'm sure it is a 2-to-1 advantage or more than that. The story that Chairman Powell mentioned that I'd done on my blog, and the purpose of that blog, frankly, is when I get through crunching a bunch of data, I've got to get it out of my skull, so I take the time to write it up and post it there, and this one seemed to resonate. But the comparison of Gwinnett County to South Georgia, and I'm not even sure I had this in the article, but in 1970, South Georgia had 10 times as many college graduates as Gwinnett County did. 24,000, nearly 25,000 versus 2,300. And you can see that that began to shift, and by the most recent period, Gwinnett County has a pretty good advantage, and at the same time, it still does not have the population that this part of South Georgia does. It's got about 3/4 the population. So you've got that. When I saw this data, I got to wondering what that said about the question of where students were coming from to go to college. So I contacted the university system and asked them if they had enrollment data by county for all the colleges and for the system as a whole, and they did, and they got it to me. And what this shows is Metro Atlanta in blue and the 147 non-metro counties in orange. And a decade ago, the rest of Georgia was still sending more kids to college than Metro Atlanta was. But those lines converged in, 2010, and crossed, and have moved at sort of a similar arc since then. I think the downturn you see is the recession or the after effects of it, but the gap has not only sustained, it has widened. Similar picture with Gwinnett County versus South Georgia. 10 years ago, matter of fact, up until about 5 years ago, South Georgia was still sending more kids to college than Gwinnett County was. Those lines crossed in 2011, I think. And while Gwinnett County has flattened out a little bit, South Georgia has continued to decline, and you've got a widening gap. Now, I would argue that there are all manner of economic and consequences associated with that. But there's another one that sort of a social or sociological aspect to it that I think is worth thinking about. And that has to do with the relationships that you begin to build at college. When I went to the University of Georgia in the mid-'60s, that was where I began to meet people from all over the state. I had a friend from Cuthbert and several friends from Albany and Savannah and Waynesboro, and some of those folks I'm still in touch with. And that's where relationships begin to get formed that are important to the politics of the state, the business of the state, a lot of different things. And to the degree that these trends are beginning to rip at that social fabric, if you will, I don't think that's a good thing. And it's a real trend. One more sort of data mashup. I sort of stumbled across this. This won't make anybody in this room happy. But I looked at the number of people being sent to college versus the number of people being convicted of crimes in each county and broke that down into regions. Interestingly, 10 years ago in 2006, Gwinnett County convicted almost the same number of people of crimes that it sent to college, but those lines have been diverging except for one little spike that Gwinnett County had in 2012, but it's been re-separating since it. On the other side, you've got in blue the number of kids that the 56 counties in interior South Georgia are sending to college. And then that line higher up in orange, is the number of people convicted of crimes. And that includes folks who are sent to prison and folks who are placed on probation. But there are obviously costs and consequences associated with those numbers as well. I was talking before on the educational attainment about the entire university system. I had time as I was finishing this up Thursday or Friday to take a look at what Georgia Tech and the University of Georgia look like. I didn't have time to build a University of Georgia slide, but from the fall of 2007, for the fall of 2007, there were, 8,800 and change in-state students enrolled at Georgia Tech, and they comprised 72%, 72.8% of all of the in-state students that were at Georgia Tech. For the University of Georgia, it's an even bigger number. By 2016, Georgia Tech had grown a couple of thousand in terms of in-state enrollment. Georgia Tech's number was up to 8,000 and change, and its share was up to 76.8%. So its share of market, if you will, grew dramatically over that period. South Georgia saw its total number of students enrolled at Georgia Tech drop from 351 to 320. At this stage of the game, South Korea has more students at Georgia Tech than South Georgia does. That's just a fact. So, and again, the numbers at the University of Georgia are worse. Looking at total income for a second, this looks a lot like the population chart, and you can see that what's happened in Metro Atlanta. It moved from about $6.7 billion in 1970 to whatever that number is over there. It's a big one. And when we break this out by decades, interestingly, in 1970 and through 1980 and 1990, the rest of the state was still generating more in income than Metro Atlanta was, but Metro Atlanta overtook it, and you can see the divide that has begun to grow there. Health, you can drown, as I said, in public health, population health statistics. For the most part, I have been using premature death ratings, premature death rates as a proxy for health status overall. Do y'all know how premature death rates are calculated? Years of potential life before age 75. I'm 69 years old. If I fall over dead before I finish this, and this is the population we're looking at, I'll contribute 6 years to the pot of years of potential life lost in this population. If I bore 2 or 3 of the others to death, we'll add y'all's numbers to it as well. And then what you do is you take the total number of years of life before age 75, add them up, and divide it by the population and multiply it by 100,000 to get what they call the YIPL 75 rate. And with premature death rates, the lower the number, the better. So the good numbers are on the bottom here. This is Metro Atlanta. The top numbers are the other 147 counties. And the significant thing there is that that gap has widened. It has basically doubled in 21 years. Both have improved for the most part, but Metro Atlanta has been improving at a significantly faster pace. Although notice on the end out there, both for the rest of the state and for Metro Atlanta, those lines ticked up, which is a bad thing, and I'll come back to that in a second. So that's what it looks like there. For South Georgia versus Gwinnett County, in this category, South Georgia has actually gained a wee little bit on Gwinnett County, but those numbers up there are the premature death rates for South Georgia, frankly, approach third world numbers. Gwinnett County had in 1994 a premature death rate of 5,012. It's improved a little bit. Since then, the gap has closed a little bit, but Gwinnett County's numbers are essentially optimal. You're not going to do much better than that in a big, diverse county like Gwinnett County or anything like that. So a lot of ground to cover there, and there are costs and productivity implications associated with those numbers as well. So looking at go back for a second. I pointed out that at the end of this time range, those premature death rates ticked up for the last 2 or 3 years, last 3 years. The first year it happened, I noticed it and thought, well, it's a one-year anomaly. I'm not going to spend a lot of time worrying about that. It happened again a second year, and I thought, well, there's something going on here. And I dug into it a little bit and looked at regional differences, and there really weren't any regional differences. Atlanta was a little better than the rest of the state, but there was something going on there as well. And then it happened a third year, and I got really curious, began to dig into it, and started doing gender and racial breakdowns. And something really interesting has happened, and there's been some publicity around this from another angle, but for rural white females, the premature death rate has fallen off a cliff, or actually, I guess it's the bad numbers or the big numbers. It's deteriorated 41% in 21 years. That's like a plague. Those are huge numbers. Rural black females, ages 20 to 64, have improved 4.6%. That's not much, but it's some improvement. But rural white females in that working age range, have seen their premature death rates plummet, or again, go up, which is bad. Another thing, at the risk of mixing apples and oranges a little bit, I looked at black females from non-rural areas, and 10 years ago, their numbers were a lot worse than white females, rural or non-rural. Non-rural black females today have better premature death rates than rural white females do. Those lines crossed about 4 years ago. So there's something going on out there, and it's probably related to increases in suicide and the opioid problem and all of that. But that's a significant number that somebody ought to be scratching their head about. To begin to close this out and to focus for a minute on what I call contribution and consumption, a lot of numbers here, I'm not going to read them off. The takeaway from this is that Metro Atlanta, with 46.5% of the state's 2013 population, paid 65.9% of the federal taxes and consumed only about 37.6% of the social services as measured by Medicaid and SNAP. The rest obviously was the non-metro counties were the flip side of that. Gwinnett County versus South Georgia, similar picture. South Georgia still has a fairly significant advantage population-wise, but the takeaway is, with 75% of South Georgia's population, Gwinnett County contributed nearly 50% more in federal taxes, while consuming less than a third as much in Medicaid and SNAP benefits, which I suspect would come as a surprise to some folks in rural Georgia. And the question that comes out of this, frankly, is this level of subsidization, implied subsidization, never mind being economically sustainable, is it politically sustainable? The question that I've asked is, how long is it before those of you from Marietta and Lawrenceville and North Fulton County and North Georgia start waking up and scratching your heads and wondering, now tell me again what my voters and what my taxpayers, what their stake is in Appling County and Blackshear, Georgia, and the rural parts of the state. I would like to think that they still think there is one, but I'm not sure it's as strong as it was 10, 15, 20 years ago. Now this is where I usually end the presentation, and this next slide is probably where I get thrown out of the room. But people have asked me, what do you do about it? I have resisted answering that question, because I've been focused primarily on gathering a lot of data. But for this, I decided I'd throw something at the wall and see if any of it stuck. And the closing thought, sort of the overarching thought, is to embrace the two Georgias. It was the early to mid-'80s when that idea first was put forward. Jimmy Gray Jr., who was the editor of the Albany Herald at the time, went to Atlanta and gave a speech either to the Rotary Club or the Kiwanis Club and talked for the first time that I can find in a record anywhere about the two Georgias. The political community frankly resisted that. Governor Harris at the time was very resistant to the suggestion that there were two Georgias. Governor Miller after him was very resistant to the notion that there were two Georgias. Governor Barnes passed the One Georgia Authority Act. That was the first official action that I've been able to find where the state recognized that there were differences. And the preamble of that law specifically represented or recognized that there were health and economic and educational differences between the regions that needed to be addressed. So I'd say the first step is go ahead and embrace that. Recognize the fact that you are governing and leading and trying to serve two very different states as a practical matter. I think what that means is you've got to figure out how to develop and execute entirely different policy constructs to serve the areas above the gnat line and below the gnat line. Some areas in North Georgia with problems as well, but I think those are materially different from those from about Macon south. And speaking of Macon, shore up the second cities. You know, we've been talking about rural Georgia, but the truth of the matter is there are second-tier cities in the state, Macon, Valdosta, Augusta, Columbus, and others that are showing some signs of population loss and economic deterioration, and to the degree that they are allowed to continue to deteriorate, their ability to help serve as a hub for the areas around them go downhill as well. So, don't ignore them. Don't focus on the rural areas to the exclusion of those areas that are important to support them. I think that, these last two are where I get in real trouble. I think that there are areas of rural Georgia that are beyond a tipping point. And I don't, as a practical matter, I don't know how you bring them back. And I think that if Metro Atlanta, the danger for rural Georgia is that it's on the verge of becoming a dependent colony for Metro Atlanta. I mean, I think that's just sort of the reality there. So rural Georgia, South Georgia, and middle Georgia have either got to be part of the solution or they're going to have a solution of some sort forced on them. And I think that that's probably on that happy note, I will close this out and run as fast as I can back to Atlanta. But I started to say as a preface that I don't have any good news for y'all. There's just not much in this, and I do not envy you the task. And I don't think, as I said, I'm trying to define the problem, and in the hopes that over the next several generations, the state will be able to do something about it. But I don't think it's not a quick fix by any stretch of the imagination. I will stop there. If there are any questions or anybody wants to throw anything at me, that's fine. Yes, sir.
Get you the mic here.
Okay, I'm not going to take exception to be prepared to let some areas die because you're not going to argue. We couldn't argue that, I guess. But just as a point of question for you, I guess, with the advent of technology and what's going on and what we're seeing in the world right now with technology and people working from homes and things of that nature, could the saving grace for being prepared to let some areas die instead be make certain that they have access to good broadband there?
I know that's sort of all the rage right now. There's a lot of conversation around that, and you've got presentations tomorrow on it. The 10 years that I spent in corporate life was at Bell South Corporation, and I was part of a couple of task forces that looked at the potential for broadband in underserved areas of the state, in our case the region. I don't know what the investment is. I don't know what the expected return is. I will tell you that intuitively I'm skeptical that broadband is anything like a silver bullet for rural areas where I don't know that, I'll go back to some political experience and to experience on the trauma campaign and the public health work. In Metro Atlanta and in a lot of the state, we could use technology to communicate with the people we were communicating with, public. We couldn't do that in rural Georgia. We could not, there was not the infrastructure where the personal or business computers were concerned. There was, frankly, not the comfort level with working with it. We had to do it the old-fashioned way with mail and ads and those sorts of things. So I think you've got to, I mean, I'm all for the deployment of as much leading-edge technology as you can, but I think you've got to look at you've got to take a real hard-eyed look at what the return on that investment is going to be, and what the potential user base is for it. That's not a good. That's sort of a rambling answer, and I apologize for that. I'm all for taking a hard look at it. I'm not as sold as a lot of people seem to be that it's a silver bullet. So that's not a good answer for you.
I think it's a good answer. I think what you're saying is there's still a lot of questions to be answered.
I think that's right. I'm going to stay over. I want to come see the broadband discussion tomorrow morning. I'll probably learn some things. So,
Mr. Hayslett, as you were doing your presentation, you noticed kind of the tipping point is somewhere in the 90s where number of students going to schools were doing, or degrees
right.
down here were
Those
changing
lines
over.
started to cross.
And just trying to think back to some of the changes in the 90s, and it kind of ties into Representative Rogers' question is, we saw the internet kind of take off early to mid-90s. We saw cell phones go from being attached to an automobile to being in your pocket. And the other thing, in the ag world, that's about the time that global positioning systems were starting to come online too. And that, our Representative Watson and I just were having a little conversation about that. It seemed to be when the technology side of things sort of tipped in the production ag side of everything was about then. And to quote, some of those in the room will know who I'm talking about when I say I cannot talk this afternoon, D.W. Brooks. Mr. Brooks was hailed for many things. One of the things he founded Goldkist, one of our largest farmers cooperatives in the state, youngest professor in the history of the University of Georgia, all those sorts of things. I got to visit with him. He was 92 or 93 at the time. And I asked him, I said, what do you see going in the future? And he told me then, this was in 92 or 3. And his one thing that stuck with me that he said then was, you will see more changes in agriculture in the next 10 years than I've seen in my 92 to this point. So you're going from the only way to get around would have been on a horse. The only way to plow would have been with a mule, to going to tractors that basically you sit down in, punch a button or two, and it plows, it plants, it does everything for you. And so I wonder, as you continue, I know you're going to continue to look at this, if we can maybe come back to see if there is a tie on the technology piece that is a reason some of this has shifted as well.
Oh, I'm confident that the accelerating changes in technology and the deployment of technology is absolutely driving a lot of what's going on in the world. And it, without a doubt, has application in agriculture and everywhere else. But I don't know, I mean, part of what we're seeing is that a lot of jobs are just going away. I mean, period. There's a pretty good body of literature at this point on the end of work, and it's not just in rural areas. And so that's going to be a bigger problem for legislatures and Congress to deal with going forward, and I don't know the answer to that. In that regard, the rural areas and the agricultural areas are out on the bleeding edge of that and paying a big price for it. And it may be that there is some sort of a renaissance strategy. Somebody asked Matt Howard the question about, what's happening in other states. And there are some things out here. I can't quote you anything right now, but I've read about some fairly innovative things that are happening in Mississippi, which is where I'm from and is also worse off than rural Georgia is. But there are some examples over there of some innovative economic development efforts and rural revitalization efforts that are probably worth looking at. And I would urge you to, as part of this, cast that net to folks outside of Georgia, because this truly is a national problem.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to thank you for your direct information. I think it's important that we get factual information. Sometimes politicians have a tendency to sugarcoat information, and it's going to be difficult for us to find real solutions if we don't look at the real problems and the real information. And then just one question and then a couple of comments. When you were presenting the information about college graduates, did that just include four-year college graduates, or were technical college graduates included in that information?
It did not include technical college graduates. I have not had time to pull all that data together. It was university system only.
But one of the things that I think is pretty obvious is the education level goes to the areas where it's needed. So a lot of the jobs, many times maybe in South Georgia, even in some of my communities, are more technical related. And for several decades, we pushed everyone to go to college. Everyone needed a college degree. And then we started finding that we had college graduates that were unemployed and were having to go back to technical colleges. So I think that's important just to note. And the other thing, hitting on what Chairman England said, in my area, because I'm up in the area just north of Atlanta, I represent part of Forsyth County, which went from in 1990 to having 40,000 people to over 200,000 today. One of the things I think that's resulted in our community's increase in college graduates is the fact that so many people located to that area for jobs in the metro area, and they were already college graduates. So therefore, their children become college graduates typically. The other thing that I think you hit on, I think is important, and we heard this earlier, is shoring up the second-tier cities, because I wanted to applaud I think it was Locate South Georgia. So many times we hear counties, commissioners and others talk about their county. I think it's important that we have to look at this as a regional approach, because if you get a Caterpillar or a Baxter, that just doesn't help Barrow County. That helps an entire region. Because in my community I live in, we don't have a lot of big manufacturing jobs, but we live close enough to the metro area that what happens there benefits our community. So I think we have to encourage communities and the regions to do Locate South Georgia, where we look regionally. And hopefully that'll help us not let a place die, because we can look at it from a regional approach and help attract business and industry and good broadband to that region, which in turn will bring everyone up together, as the mayor of Tifton said earlier. So thank you.
Any other questions? Real quick, Dominic. I know that's
I think the saving grace in all of this is going to be something that Locate South Georgia mentioned earlier, and that's the aquifer. I've noticed all my life the aquifer, the water.
Okay.
He mentioned about the aquifer that we sit on. I've noticed all my life there's not a plan B for being out of water. And Atlanta's got to be getting close to being out of water. And if we'll leverage the precious resource of water and try to make sure that you can't have agriculture without water, and not to mention the wastewater treatment that they have to pay penalties on all the time. And so I would just say, if we'll be very careful, you said you don't have any good news for us. I disagree. I think that there's a tremendous amount of opportunity in rural Georgia, and the more rural you are, the more agriculture opportunities there are with the largest industry in the state. So I just think we need to be mindful of the fact that we have one of the most precious resources God has ever given us to leverage for growth in this part of the state.
That's true. I guess the question is, how many jobs is agriculture generating? I mean,
I'd be hungry or working, and I think it would produce 1-to-1 if you leveraged it properly. for jobs just like he mentioned. Baxter, who did you mention, Tanner? Caterpillar. You put Caterpillar up there between Athens and Atlanta and put another 1,000, 1,500 people to work. They got to have houses. They got to have water. And there's just not going to be enough up there to go around forever. So you incentivize those companies to locate in rural South Georgia. There's 1,000.
That sounds like the makings of a decent strategy.
Mr. Haislett, thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Our next presenter is David Bridges, who's a native of South Georgia. He was born in Cuthbert and raised in Parrott. He was a student at ABAC, and where he got his Associate of Science degree in agriculture, and then earned a bachelor's and master's degree from Auburn and a PhD from Texas A&M. For 20 years, he was a faculty member and administrator in the College of Agricultural and Environmental Sciences at the University of Georgia. In May of 2006, he was named the 10th president of Abraham Baldwin Agricultural College and was the first alumnus to serve as president. Let's welcome David to give us a little bit of his perspective in Below the Gnat Line.
Well, I'm the tail that wags the dog. First of all, I'm going to take just a moment of personal privilege myself. We welcome you to the college. I deferred to do official welcome earlier today, but rather than a welcome, I want to say thank you to some folks who have worked hard over the last few weeks to make sure that we got this done today. Scott Blunt is my special projects director there. He worked with Pam Leonard, my executive assistant, and Erica Powell to get this meeting set up, and Tim Bearden. And then we got a group of people over here, some of whom are my folks and some are contractors, and Brent, who have worked under extraordinary pressure. There's nothing like being in charge of the technology when the technology doesn't work and everybody's pointing their finger at you. It's a tough seat, but I want to publicly thank them for making this afternoon's session a successful one. And I want to start out by saying welcome to South Georgia, and I've been often asked, why do you have to say that, Mr. Bridges? And I say because I have the God-given right to say it. As Chairman Powell said, I was born in Randolph County in Cuthbert. I was raised in Parrott and went to school most of my years in Shellman. I've had a wonderful career and I've had the opportunity to move around and do lots of things. The best part of my career is having been able to move back to South Georgia and spend time where I was born and raised. So I think I have kind of earned the right to say welcome to South Georgia, and I say it proudly on a regular basis. I also want to make a few comments about what you've heard today and tell you a little bit about what you can expect to hear from me. I'm going to take a slightly different approach this afternoon. I'm going to defer to those who have characterized the bad situation or the good situation. And I'm going to try to talk a little bit about and frame up a thought for you as you move through the next year and the year after. Focus on solutions. So let's see. Nathan, if I don't get this right, I'm going to let you do it for me, but I'll try. In 1906, the Georgia General Assembly, under the leadership of Joseph Terrell, passed a piece of legislation that made it possible to create a residential, coeducational, agricultural, and mechanical school in each of the 10 congressional districts of Georgia. And the reason was because there was a serious concern about the opportunity for education in rural Georgia. Think about that. 111 years ago, people at the Capitol were concerned about opportunity in rural Georgia. Are you concerned? I hope you are. In 1906, 5 communities, Ashburn, Tifton, Albany, Camilla, and Pelham, and yes, Jay, and I don't know Well, Richard's still here. Even in 1906, Camilla and Pelham couldn't decide who was in charge. Still can't, right? They all vied for the 2nd District School, and interestingly, Tifton won. And over the intervening 100-plus years, we've gone through quite a few name changes and whatever. But the one fact that I'm proudest of as president of the institution is in 109 years, we are the only of the district schools that has survived and retained its original mission, and that is to serve agriculture, natural resources, home economics, and the rural parts of the state. And I'm quite proud that we have managed to do that. I've chosen to divide my time into 3 quick areas, and I know we're getting late and everybody's thinking about dinner and a drink, or drinking a dinner, or drinking a dinner and another drink, or what have you. But I'm going to divide my time into talking a little bit about problem solving. Because I think we all assume that if we identify something as a problem, that there has to be a solution. Maybe, maybe not. I also want to compliment Mr. Haslett for bringing a level of thought to a topic that has been difficult to wrap our heads around, to use a bit of cliche. But we need to do a little more understanding, I think, before we start grabbing for silver bullets. And then I want to give you a few examples. So I want to talk a little Donald Rumsfeld first. Y'all remember the most famous 35 seconds in a press conference ever, in my view, was Donald Rumsfeld being asked a question, and he answered it this way: there are known knowns. That is, things we know we know. And then Donald said there are known unknowns. That is, things we know we don't know. And then there's a third category, unknown unknowns. Things we don't know, we don't know. And later he explained himself and said it is the things we don't know that usually kill us. So before we start picking out solutions, I think we ought to think about what we know, what we know we don't know, and maybe consider what we don't know. So with that, I'm going to say you sit at the Museum of Agriculture, and we're glad to have you here. And I'm going to move on, and I want you to think about what you know, what you know you don't know, and what you really would like to know. How many of you have ever caught yourself asking yourself this question or making this statement? I wish I had known then what I know now. Pretty simple concept. So I just want to recap. I don't want to further describe. The demographers have done their work. I don't want to further describe problems. Because what one person sees as a problem, another person sees as an opportunity or maybe a bright spot. I wanted to give Brother Nimmer an amen from the Amen Corner a while ago when he was talking about what he sees as opportunity in rural Georgia. But we'll wrap it up by saying, is there really trouble in God's country? And I think, without question, you'd be foolish to say there isn't. There's another equally interesting article that has been written about and asked the question, is rural America being left behind in the recovery? And I think based on historical definitions, we'd probably agree that rural America, rural Georgia, is being left behind. The question is why? Why? Is it simply unavoidable? You know, they say one of the differences between men and women is that women like to talk about things, men like to fix things. Now, I don't know that I necessarily agree with that characterization. But often my wife will say something to me as we travel, and I will say, I can't fix it. And she will look at me and say, I didn't ask you to fix it. I just wanted to talk about it. But that's an important distinction. What can we fix? Is it that we don't have a strategy? We lack focus? We lack understanding? We lack commitment? I don't know. But this has been a principle of mine for a long time. I've dealt it with students, undergraduates, graduate students, as an administrator, as a college president. AUP, DIP. Folks that work for me hear about AUP, DIP. It's just a little acronym. If you're going to deal with something, you got to acknowledge it. AA says you got to acknowledge a problem before you can deal with it, right? We've acknowledged it. Trouble in God's country acknowledges it. The creation of this council acknowledges it. But we need to understand, we need to plan. What does that mean? We need to really understand the problem and what part of the problem we want to solve. Other folks who work for me know that I will always ask, where's your plan? And they know what that means. It means three things: scope, schedule, and budget. You want me to fix something? Don't bring it to me piece by piece. I want a plan. I want a scope of the project, the schedule for the project, and the budget for the project. We have to have a common vision for where we're going to go if we're going to get there. Someone said this morning, if you don't know where you're going, it doesn't matter where you wind up, right? We've got to implement. How many great government solutions have you seen in your career on paper that were never implemented? I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, but in 2010 there was a study, a joint House-Senate study committee on the problem of the lack of agricultural education teachers in the state. And 2 years ago I convened a group to talk about it and said, why haven't we done anything about this? And several people said, well, where did you get that? And I said, I'm not going to point fingers. There were a number of people. You were on the committee. What do you mean, where did I get it? We have a committee report. And then how many times do we just not persist? And we have good intentions. Y'all know the statement about the place that's full of people with good intentions. So I hope we will think about this and try to move in a direction where we can really come up with some solutions. So I want to compliment Charlie. I think the article has done a wonderful job, whether you agree or disagree with what's in the article, done a wonderful job of getting people to talk about it. This task force, this council is another part. But I want to pose a couple of questions, and then I'm going to move into what I see as some underlying issues that we've got to address. Do we really understand the problem? What part of the current situation do we think we want to change? What part can we change? My dead father used to say, son, if you beat your head against a brick wall, most times you'll get a bloody head. Pretty true. So, Charlie, where are you? Yeah, I took one of your slides, but notice I gave you credit. Is rural Georgia dying? Literally. Well, certainly if the death rate exceeds the birth rate and nobody's moving in, that's pretty clear. It's dying. Now, I don't want to be accused of being Hillary Clinton, who said at this point, what difference does it make? But what difference does it make? As long as the county is there until the last person succumbs, we're going to provide services. Education, transportation, if it's nothing but the road passing through the county. Social services, etc. So as the population declines, the per unit cost of delivering the service just gets higher and higher. So somebody might say, we wish they would die off. That's not going to solve the problem. I don't know that we can change it. Great article written by a farmer, Sam Brash, who asked the question. Rural America being left behind in the recovery. These are national data, non-metro versus metro, and we've already argued about whether that's a good characterization. But the spread's big enough, we got room for a little argument there. We're getting left behind, folks. And it's not good for anybody. It is not good for Atlanta, and it's not good for Cuthbert or Parrott. The cities rely on rural America to eat. Chinese emperor once said, man who has a full belly has many problems. Man who has an empty belly has but one. Right? As people exit, there are fewer people to vie for the jobs that are there, and so what happens? Wages go down. Chad, cheap gets cheaper. That's not good. And the cost for social services goes up. Now, this is one I really took a lot of delight in making this slide as an agriculturalist, as a farm boy. I appreciate Charlie's focus on 56 counties of South Georgia. So I, being the mathematical modeler and computational person I am, I dug up some of my own data from the Census Bureau, the USDA, and ERS. And guess what I found out? That in the 4 metro counties, Fulton, DeKalb, Cobb, and Gwinnett, if you subtract, calculate household farm gate value and household food consumption and take the difference in those two and do a nice little sigma summation, you will find out that those 4 counties eat $3 to $4 billion worth of food more a year than they produce. That doesn't consider clothing, fiber, or lumber to build their houses. Chad? So if you compare that to Decatur County, guess what? It takes 129 Decatur counties to make up for the shortfall created by those 4 metro counties. Or we'd have to increase the size of Georgia by 35%, or annex 40% of Alabama. How do you think they'd think about that? That would solve the water wars. Just move the state line over, folks. Now, I'm not poking fun of it. I'm just saying, you know what? I don't think we can afford another 56 metro Atlanta counties. We all have something different to offer. So before you start solving or throwing out solutions, I would suggest we need to figure out what it is we can change, what we want to change, and how will it benefit us. This is my summary. Scott Blunt and I have spent probably 2.5, 3 years, every moment that I don't have to be a president, which is very few these days, we have focused on this issue. Because there's only one thing left in my playbook before I retire or expire from premature death. And that is to see something done to revitalize rural communities of Georgia, particularly South Georgia. The problem is complex and multifaceted. There is no silver bullet. The challenges are deeply rooted. They're not going to be easy to fix. The problems didn't develop overnight. And I submit to you it's about people, not things. We don't get the people part right, we're not going to solve the problem. Let me back up. I didn't mean to do that. I want to raise a prospect to you that there's a very, very well-written paper that was published 35 years ago, and I can give any of you the references that you would like. It was co-authored by a gentleman who was a faculty member at Cornell University in New York and a faculty member from Mississippi State University. And they looked at the rural South, and they concluded, like many others have concluded over the years, that we typically think about development in 3 stages, whether we're talking about rural America or across the globe. Stage 1 is characterized by communities where a large portion of the people work in agriculture. Okay? Stage 2 is characterized by essentially stage 1, but add a few higher paying jobs. More advanced skills, more advanced education. Historically, that has been in small manufacturing. Think about it. In the rural South, it meant textile mills and small manufacturing companies. Not GMs, Fords, et cetera, but small manufacturing companies. And then stage 3 is a community or a culture that is largely characterized by a service industry. A lot of metro Atlanta is what? Service industry. Per capita income is lowest in stage 1, higher in stage 2, and highest typically in stage 3. Stage 3 communities are relatively unstable. Very difficult times come. Things change quickly. Okay? But these two authors made the point 35 years ago that in much of the rural South, there has been no indication, significant indication of, and may never be a significant indication of stage 2 development, because the fewer high-paying jobs that occur in most rural communities are associated with servicing agriculture. You ought to read the article. It's a well-written and researched article, and it's the basis for a statement that I've been making for many years. You're right around rural South Georgia, and if you conclude anything other than as goes agriculture, so goes South Georgia, you're not looking at the same South Georgia that I look at. There are people issues, lack of educational attainment, willingness, financial motivation. My wife taught school for many years. She said, I became disheartened to teaching and could not go back when I had kids in high school telling me, what do you mean I got to get an education because I need a job? No one in my family has a job. No financial motivation, no willingness. There's lack of a skilled labor force, numbers and skill level, lack of highly educated workforce. And I would submit to you, and I really believe this is true, the number one problem in most rural Georgia communities is we do not have enough enlightened, energetic, and empowered leaders. There are just 2 or 3 people in every community that it falls on to do everything. We have a people problem. We have a lack of cooperation. ACCG will run out the door, and that's okay. We have about 100 counties, too many people. We don't need to be an hour's or day's wagon ride from the county seat. Now, I'm not asking you to fix that. But we got more county boundary squabbling than you can imagine. We have refusal to acknowledge common regional good. For 2.5 years, we've been trying to bring a medical school to South Georgia. It's getting close. Hopefully it's going to happen. But oh my Lord, has it been a painful process. It has been terribly painful. Satellite growth strategies are great in books, but they're often not politically popular. You know, that's where you pick out one community and we say we're going to put all our resources there and grow it to the exclusion of those around it. That's a tough one to sell. And we have a lack of interagency coordination. That's a state problem. We have quality of life issues. We have failing K through 12 schools everywhere. We have lack of access to health care, local cultural amenities. Now, that doesn't bother me in the least. I got up at 4:30 this morning at my Terrell County farm and drove back to Tifton. I got there Saturday about 4 o'clock. It was wonderful having no amenities. Wonderful. If I can find someone to bring me my groceries when I retire, I won't even go to town to get them. It's great. But I also want to champion the idea of connectivity. Mr. Hazlett mentioned it. We have to learn how to connect rural Georgia with metro Atlanta. Not just by roads, not just by broadband, but we have to connect the people. We have to connect the people. We have to figure out a way to do that. We don't have time this afternoon to talk about that. We need capital. Now I want to just ask one more question before I talk a little bit about ABAC and what we do. So I like this, you know, I was an old mathematical modeler, industrial engineer and agriculturalist. So I like these things that, you know, A equals B and B equals C, so therefore A equals C. So I want you to think about this one a little bit. If low per capita income is a symptom of lack of development, and per capita income is used to define poverty, and along with poverty comes poor health and welfare, subsidization, and crime, then ask yourself this question. So if we have development, let me get this right, per capita income is going to go away, poverty is going to go away, subsidization is going to go away, health care is going to improve, crime is going to decline, right? Y'all believe all that? Do you believe it? If you do, then we ought to be moving a ton of resources to South Georgia in a hurry, because just a little bit of development would solve all the problems. Think about it. Pick your battles. I believe it comes down to education, workforce, leadership, connectivity, and capital. I spent about, when did we meet in Winder? 2.5, 3 weeks ago? Jay Powell asked the question, what must we provide every community to get them to a position of chance? That's not exactly the way he said it. But if you just fix one of these things, you just fall to the next problem. This is sort of a minimum. If you get all these things in place, you have synergy right there in the middle. And that Pentagon in the middle. Now, y'all are going to be stunned. You're going to be stunned hearing this from me. I'm a people person. I believe in education. I believe in skills development. I believe in leadership development. Hey, after all, I've spent my entire career in higher education. I believe we have to fix our people problem, folks. If we don't, we're in trouble. So I'm going to move into the final phase of my presentation. Talk just a little bit about ABAC, the 109-year institution that I represent. I've been here 11 years as president. Most of the trends at this institution were the trends you've seen today when I got here. And you know why? We didn't have a plan. We had no plan. Today, we have the luxury of having a shared vision among our people that we are here not to grant another college diploma. If I hear that one more time. A diploma and $1.59 will get you a cup of coffee at a Waffle House. A diploma is a piece of paper. We have a shared vision at ABAC that our function is to prepare young people to contribute positively to the community in which they live and work, regardless of where they go to live and work. That's our goal. Our responsibility to a student does not end when they walk across the stage and shake my hand and get a diploma. I want them employed, gainfully employed. I prefer in rural Georgia. Quickly, they're really about 40% of our students in ag natural resources. It says 34, but there's 16% down here in liberal arts. For you liberal arts fans, we don't have 16% of our students in liberal arts at ABAC. It's 6%. 10% of those are pre-engineering and transfer students that go into other areas. 80% of our students are in agriculture, nursing, science, and math. What are we doing? Our goal is to provide human capital to help solve the people piece. We want graduates to work in rural Georgia. Before they graduate, we want interns. As a requirement, all bachelor's degree graduates from ABAC must have done a paid internship, an undergraduate research project, or a study abroad experience. We believe in recruiting and enrolling students who we believe we might convince that there's opportunity in rural Georgia. We actively engage in trying to build connections between rural Georgia and urban Georgia. How do we do that? Good Lord willing, and the PSC will play ball with us a little bit more. We will be the largest producer of ag education teachers in the state within 2 to 3 years. We already have them over the state, And what they're doing is interacting with kids in metro Atlanta areas, in the mountains, on the shore, and talking about the importance of agriculture in rural communities, and that works. With the strong financial support of the Harley Langdale Jr. Foundation, we have a new program here called Destination Ag at this museum, where we're teaching generations of young folks, elementary school teachers, about the importance of agriculture, natural resource management, and the vital part that rural Georgia plays in the state's economy. We are expanding ABAC's footprint. And we would like to talk about promoting, retaining value. Somebody talked about value added this morning or earlier this afternoon. Do you realize how much value, how much money, how many jobs, how much impact it would have if we figured out how to get Sam Watson's produce to Gwinnett County without it going through Walmart, Publix, or whoever it goes through? They strip off all the value. These poor people grow it for nothing. And it goes through 3 middlemen and winds back up in Gwinnett, DeKalb, Cobb, Fulton, etc. You saw the numbers. What if we could just retain 5% more? 5% is all it would take. We produce well-trained graduates in ag. I won't read, you can read. Ag, forestry, wildlife, we're doing it. 2008, we had 550 students in the School of Ag Natural Resources. Today, we have 1,300. Ag interns. Last summer, we placed 153 agricultural students, juniors, rising seniors, in internships. 107 of those were in Georgia. You send someone to a community to an internship, if they stay long enough, they'll find somebody they like, a girlfriend, a boyfriend, a future spouse, a community they like. They might stay. Natural resources. We just produced our first grads in 2013. 86% of our graduates to date are employed in Georgia. And over half of the internships have been done here. Boy, this thing is sensitive. Nursing. We just celebrated 50 years of nursing. We have 280 seats in our School of Nursing, the largest nursing program in South Georgia. It was estimated last year that over the 50-year life of the ABAC nursing program, we had generated a $2 billion economic impact in rural South Georgia. We now have a BSN program. I'll show you a graph here in a minute. We're reaching all of Southwest Georgia, giving nurses an opportunity to earn that next credential without leaving their job. The only undergraduate rural studies program in America exists at ABAC. Started in 2010. It was developed out of a recognition, I know you're going to laugh, but life in Atlanta and Parrott, Georgia is different. If you expect people to work in rural Georgia, you need to prepare them to work in rural Georgia. So we developed a program that interlaces business, agriculture, natural resources, liberal arts, humanities, School of Nursing, so that we could prepare people to work and contribute positively to rural communities. This number's not exactly right because it only includes the liberal arts part. It doesn't include the business people. But we've had 81 graduates out of the liberal arts side. 66 we've been able to track down are working somewhere. 57 we have been closely monitoring. 49 of those 57 are employed in Georgia. 86 out of 90 or 95% of their internships are done in the state. And I'm not going to read this to you because it's not important. I'll share it with you in writing. But you'll look down this list of where these placements have occurred, placements being graduates in jobs, internships, all over rural Georgia, projects that we've run. What we find is that all of these small communities have needs. And every government agency in the world has a program. We got a program for you. We're here from the government to help you. We have a program. None of these communities have people to take advantage of the program. So what we're doing is placing interns in those counties to help. It works. I promise you. I can't tell you how many people we've had tell us from rural communities, could you send us 3, 4, 5 more people like that? And I'll tell you one little quick anecdotal story. A little over 4 years ago, we had a young lady from the metro Atlanta area called and scheduled a visit to ABAC. Her mother and father are both executives in Fortune 500 companies in the Atlanta area. They were absolutely appalled that their daughter, who could go to college anywhere in America she wanted to go, private or public, would consider coming to Tifton, Georgia. But they deferred to the 17-year-old and came with her on a campus visit. By the time they left, we had fed them fried chicken and given them some warm Southern comfort. Not that kind. Probably should have. Young lady graduated 2 weeks ago. Mom and dad are now the biggest champions of our college. She's trying to decide where to go to grad school. She's got it down to Auburn or Texas A&M, which puts me in a very difficult position because I love them both. We started a biology program with a focus on producing students to go to pharmacy school, vet school, dental school, and med school. We don't care about producing general biology graduates. We not only teach them, we make the curriculum hard, and we develop their interview schedule and skills so that when they go to interview to get into med school, pharmacy school, dental school, or law school, they are well prepped. Our success rate is phenomenal. This is our footprint as soon as the consolidation that's underway is in place. Green dots will represent ABAC college instructional sites. The yellow diamonds represent high schools in which we offer college-level courses. And the H's represent sites where nurses can go from an associate's degree in nursing to a bachelor's degree in nursing and not leave their jobs. That is a tremendous advantage. So we try to cover Southwest Georgia like the old Sherwin-Williams ad. We're there. Some people say, but you're just a regional institution. No, we're not. There's a pin flag here in each of the counties of Georgia from which we have a student this past fall. 155 out of 159. I've put on a bounty for the 159 out of 159, but it's a different county every year. We just can't quite manage it. So what are we doing? We're providing human capital. Graduates, interns, we recruit, we build connectivity, we expand footprint, and we're trying to figure out how to promote value added and keeping more ag money at home. Some are doing it. It's a challenge. Conclusions? Don't be shocked now. Rural Georgia is different than urban. I spend a third of my time in Atlanta. I actually enjoy it when I'm there. I do not enjoy getting there or coming back. Some of the differences between rural Georgia and urban Georgia are desirable. Water's a good example. Somebody's got to feed the people of this great planet. Somebody's got to grow the timber. Somebody's got to provide the cotton for the blue jeans. I am personally in favor of putting fiber all over this state. Cotton fiber. We need better connections between Metro Atlanta and rural Georgia. The obstacles to rural development are many. Piecemeal approaches will not work. You can fix one problem and another. It's like playing whack-a-mole. You've got to try to solve them all. Human capital, I believe, is the key. You get the right people in the right leadership positions, empower them, get their back, cover them, stay with them, we will get it done. Getting a different result requires that we do something different. Not just talk about it, but do something different. We have this saying around here, life is better a day back. We believe life can be a whole lot better in rural Georgia, but it's going to take commitment to do that. And I want to say here publicly, I appreciate the speaker, chairs, co-chairs, vice chair, and members of the committee, you delving into this issue and acknowledging the problem, try to understand the problem, and let's do something about it. And I will leave you with this thought. I told this to Jay and Terry and several other people. I've been in the university system for 32 years, almost 32 years. Grew up in the state, left, came back for a while. I believe we can make significant strides to solving this problem without spending more money. I believe we can make significant strides by spending our money more wisely. I don't speak for the university system. I certainly don't speak for any of the other state agencies. But I believe every state agency in this state and the university system have within their power and within their current budgets and within their current people the ability to do things that will make a huge difference. Many of you know Gail Buchanan. Gail was one of my great mentors. I had a lot of them along the way, and I'm going to close with a quote from Gail Buchanan. Two, actually. One was, we never seem to have a problem until we have a problem. And then it's always a hell of a problem. Right? And if you wait around long enough, little problems become hell of a problems. The other one he would say was, if you don't tell the people who work for you what you expect of them, you should always be willing to accept whatever they give you. Now, I look around this room, I know who the committee chairs are. I know who has oversight over what. And there are a couple of folks at the end now that have oversight over a lot. And I believe there is the capacity within the state of Georgia, within state agencies, within the university system, within the technical college system, within the Department of Education, to make great strides at changing this if they're told what is expected of them. Thank you for your time. And my time is up.
That don't mean that you might not have a question or two. Any questions for Dr. Bridges? Is anybody awake? Yeah. I think everybody's chewing on what he had to tell us. Can we get all of our presenters from today, if y'all would, drift up to the front up here, because at this point we've got some time for questions from the panel, or from the council to the panel of presenters. We'd just like to have everybody where we can kind of see you. Make sure nobody's bringing a knife to my back. At this point, for the next little bit, I'm sorry, at this point for the next little bit, it's kind of council discussion, but also time to ask our presenters any questions that you may have thought of since they finished, or something that somebody else touched on that made you think of something that one of the presenters may have said earlier on. So we want to give you all a chance to ask those questions. So, Chairman Powell.
While they're coming up, I just want to point out that for those of you who served on study committees, this is obviously not a study committee. In the past, what we've done on a lot of study committees is that we'll allow anybody who wants to testify to sign up and testify. What we're trying to do here is we're trying to present some of the issues, some of the possible solutions, so that, you know, it generates some discussion, generates some thought. That's not to say if somebody wants to speak, we won't allow them to speak, but we are trying to make sure that we cover all of the issues, because we're going to be dealing with economic development, healthcare, education, broadband, a lot of different issues. So in the future, if you've got somebody that you think might be of interest in one of those areas, certainly share that with Terry or me or Sam or with Tim Bearden. And but there are, just like the speaker said, about half the House wanted to be on this group. There are a lot more presenters that are out there than we're going to have time to listen to. But if you have some suggestions for some people who might be of interest to the council, certainly share those with us. And I think you can figure out why we had the first meeting, after listening to Dr. Bridges, why we had the first meeting in Tifton, because he's got some real insight into the problems of rural Georgia, but he also has some unique perspective on how to address problems, identify problems, and hopefully identify the problems that can be solved and the ones that you ought to walk away from. So I want to give him some additional thanks for not only his presentation today, which I thought was very thought-provoking, but also his hospitality for sharing his institution, his people, his resources with us. So thank you, Dr. Bridges.
Get a copy of these slideshows that these slides.
Yeah, all of the presentations will be on the committee website.
Okay.
They're already uploaded, I think, and so they're available and will be throughout the process.
Are they printable for us, if like to hold something in your hand?
You can probably find somebody that'll print it for you, yes, sir.
For sure.
We encourage that.
What's that?
We encourage
All right. Representative Dickey has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask the panel about educational attainment, or really outcomes, rural versus urban. I guess I heard that educational attainment is different in the two areas, and I would like your thoughts on why and what causes that, and along those kind of lines, because I think education workforce is key. For economic and better things here for rural Georgia. So why is it different? Is it cultural? Is it the system, or what? Dr. Bridges? Well, I grew up in rural Georgia. I graduated with 16 high school classmates. There were 17 people in my graduating class. We don't have the quality of education in rural Georgia that we need. But I think the real problem, Representative Dickey, is we just don't have people taking advantage of even what's there.
I agree.
I heard someone say this morning, that, without access to the internet, students can't succeed. Think about that. There wasn't any internet when most of us were around. There's never been an educational model that was more successful than the one-room schoolhouse. So I think a lot of our problem is not an educational problem. It's not that there's not opportunity. My goodness, we the taxpayers of Georgia pay for pre-K. We pay for K through 12. We pay for technical college. We pay for the university system. We pay for college and career academies. We pay for the Move On When Ready program. How much opportunity do people need? So my opinion personally is that the problem is a cultural and a social problem where there is a lack of respect for and view of importance of education. And I don't know how we fix that. I'm not afraid to admit, I don't know how we fix it. But I am confident of one thing, and I think I can prove this beyond a shadow when it comes to education, you do not get a better outcome by lowering the bar. You raise demand, and ultimately, the students will clear the bar. Yes, there are a few that will straddle it, smack their nose on it, and fail a few times, but that's okay. You raise the bar, keep it up, and put the proper rewards in place, attainment will be achieved. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you.
I'm gonna provide some real quick comment as well. Totally unrelated though. It's gonna be much more statistical. If you look at those in Georgia, just as a state as a whole, who have a bachelor's degree or higher, 2 out of every 3 of those individuals who hold a bachelor's degree or higher in Georgia are non-native Georgians. They're transplants. They were born, they grew up from somewhere else, and they moved into Georgia. Now, if you look at the flip side of that, and you look at those with less than a high school diploma, 90% of those are native Georgians. So when you look at some of these education statistics, and it would be not very surprising then on that, when you learn that little piece of info, that the metro areas have very high educational attainment because they're growing very rapidly, and they got a lot of people moving from all over the country into those communities. And in rural Georgia, you don't have nearly as many people moving in from across the country, so you don't have as many of an educated people moving into these areas. But it also speaks to the importance of having more educational attainment across the state, especially in areas that need it, because eventually places like Buffalo, New York, run out of educated people to send south. There's only so many people that live in the Rust Belt that are going to move down into Georgia. And eventually we have to start growing homegrown talent in a lot of our communities. It's just simple math in that way.
Other questions?
Let me add one additional thing, Chairman, about
Or just
that.
another thought from Dr. Bridges.
Just really quickly. I think he's right. I think the culture and expectation is a big issue. And if we could just get people in rural Georgia who are educated to commit themselves to mentoring young folks, we could make a big difference. We see that. We reach out to communities every year and try to identify students that by all metrics are seriously challenged and at risk. From a family structure standpoint, income, poverty, abuse, crime, etc. We try to identify those very special, needy cases, and our foundation has been most generous in providing funds to provide opportunity for college education. In every one of those cases, the individuals we have identified have had a local champion that says this person is deserving, and if we give them an opportunity, we think they will succeed, but without the local champion and mentor and coach and person push, they don't get it. We've probably done 25 or 30 of these over the last 5 or 6 years. Every one of them has crossed the stage, earned the diploma, and are in a better place. So I think you're absolutely right. There's just not this inherent tendency for educational attainment. We've got to create that somehow so that kids in rural Georgia see education as not a way out. We don't want them to leave, but a way up.
Representative Purple.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Dr. Bridges, I got to tell you, I have sent 3 kids to your fine institution here, our fine institution, and they've got a great education. I thank you for your input today. That was incredible. After Mr. Haslett had his slides, Nimber brought his knife out. I don't know if he was going to cut Mr. Haslett, or he was going to cut me, or cut his wrist. I'm not sure, but the solution that you came up with, and through your talk, and Nimrod, we did more than just listen. We did talk amongst ourselves, and that this notion of investing in people is an important component. Yes, do we need to invest in roads? You better believe it. Bridges, we got to get them daggum poles from the woods to the mill. Yeah, we need roads and bridges, but and tomorrow we're going to talk about broadband, and you know, it provides efficiency of our time and efforts. The federal government wants us to e-verify our workers. Well, you can't e-verify with no E, you know? That is important. We're doing more of our books online, and yeah, is that an important investment? You better believe it is. But the point that you made about investing in people is I think one that we need to take from this meeting forward through the rest of the state, and that is a metric that gets underutilized at times. And these other things that are more concrete, and the investing in people is just as important, and perhaps more so than the others. And I want to thank you for that.
Just a kind of a general comment, been thinking about this for weeks since we planned to meet. I would be curious to know, especially in these rural communities and the really small rural communities, the economic impact that the faith community has in those areas in particular. I read just a short article about the unemployment rate in the above average faithful attender into a faith community or a church. The unemployment rate was so low you couldn't even calculate it. And those are the same people that's tithing into those communities monies to support those people that are poverty level, or those people who don't have jobs. And those same people in those congregations are the business owners and the ones who are employing the people in those communities. And I would just be curious if there would be a way to kind of study that, the economic impact that particularly in rural Georgia, those churches and those faith communities play. I think what you'll find too is what Representative Perkle said, is when you talk about investing into people, we could talk about health care reform, education reform, criminal justice reform, but what we very seldom ever talk about is family reform. And to fix these societal issues, you're going to have to try to find a way to incentivize the family. You don't think that the family problems are worse in metro? Why are the chronically failing schools all in metro communities?
They're not.
What I'm saying is it's a standard problem, it's just not in district. I think we've got some bad family problems everywhere.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank all of you for the great presentations today. We talked a little bit out in the hall about the political dynamic, and I mentioned it to a couple people. We've heard consistently, being rural legislators, I'm tired of my tax dollars going to Atlanta. How many of y'all heard that one a time or two? And some of our own local leaders say that. And the truth of the matter is that Metro Atlanta is financial donors to us. And then so there's a political disconnect there where you don't want to look at your constituents. And I would hope the ACCGs and the municipal associations help educate their local leaders that it's not a matter of our tax dollars going to Atlanta and us not getting a return. I think it's very important that we educate that way. So that's one of the political dynamics. And the second political dynamic involves the people. And that is, and I think the recommendation was helping with some of our second-tiered cities. How do you invest the capital if you also have Dr. Bridges telling us we need to have some kind of leadership kind of training? We deal with a lot of rural communities, and we all know that sometimes when it comes to some of those grants, they didn't even know that they were eligible to apply for them. And so I think there's some opportunities out there that we have to get our local elected officials kind of up to speed on, and that should be part of the mission of this as well, and to make sure that there's a connection between what we do at the grassroots level with our state agencies and those local elected officials, especially some of those very small counties. They don't have grant writers. Thank you.
Other questions? Other comments? Everybody's thinking mighty hard. I know most of y'all pretty well, and I've seen that look on your face when I tell you no sometimes. You're figuring out a way to get me to tell you yes when you come asking for money, so I know that look.
Terry?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, question. Go ahead.
I'll yield to my elder. Out of respect.
I got another question. I'm curious about the young lady you mentioned that came whose parents were executives. That may be a thought process. What made her come here? And there may be others like her. And what is she gonna do with what she?
Well, the young lady grew up, both parents are executives. I have no idea what their family income is, but let's suffice it to say very high. She went to some free seminar in Atlanta and heard a speaker about food production and sustainability and whatever, and just got interested in agriculture and what have you. Very bright young lady. Started doing a little research on her own. Couldn't reconcile what was different from what she was reading from what she had heard. And I'm not sure how, but somehow found out about us and decided she was going to come down for an open campus weekend, and came and fell in love with it. And so, you know, I mean, we get a lot of students. There frankly not enough college-bound students in rural Georgia to populate our colleges. We have to go find students in other places. 40% of our students come from north of Atlanta. We go get them. You know, we go recruit them. You know, I can't explain in her particular situation, but I can tell you in her situation, there's a commonality that I see in highly successful students and people. And that was in never-ending drive. We threw everything humanly possible at this young lady in terms of internships, opportunities. Frankly, I at times was embarrassed at how much we threw at her to see if we could break her. She exceeded every expectation we ever threw at her. So as I told her 2 weeks ago, you go off to graduate school and do whatever you want to, but you're coming back here if I'm still president here. But I can't answer it. I mean, I think there are great young people in every county in the state of Georgia. We get to them in the right way and provide them a good sound. But how many of our kids in our rural counties don't know anybody who's ever been to college? They don't know anything beyond what's happening in their community. I mean, they have no view to work from.
So she made a good country boy.
No, her boyfriend's from Metro Atlanta.
Okay.
Oh, well.
I thought she'd come down here and fell in love.
Representative Dickey.
Representative Nimmer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen on end, could you repeat the stats that you said earlier? I'm sorry, I was trying to. Just now? Yeah, 2 out of 3 and 90%. Give me that again. I want to make sure I heard it right and that everybody else heard it right.
Yeah, in Georgia, 2 out of every 3 people who have a bachelor's degree or higher. So they have a bachelor's, a master's, a PhD, or a JD, or an MD, right? So everything that's post-baccalaureate or higher. 2 out of every 3 of those people in Georgia were born in another state. They were not born in Georgia. They're not native Georgians.
When was that statistic?
That would be,
Drawn up.
I believe that is going to be the 2009 to 2013 American Community
09 to
Survey.
13?
Mhm.
Okay. And what
The
was
flip
other?
side of that, right, if you look at educational attainment, right, that's just one category, right, those who have a bachelor's degree or higher. You also have those with less than a high school diploma. So if you look at that population, 90% are native Georgians and 10% are non-native Georgians.
That's with less than a high school.
Less than a high school, yes, sir. So 2 out of every 3 bachelor's degree holders, non-native Georgians. 10% or 10% of those with less than a high school diploma are native, are non-native. 90% are native. I think I just confused myself.
No, I got you.
I didn't look across that. I didn't look across that. It's a limitation in the way that you can analyze the data, unfortunately. But if you just look across the state and you look at where people you look at that percentage, because that's easy to get, native versus non-native. In Gwinnett County, it's 35% in Gwinnett County are native Georgians. So if you're from Gwinnett, chances are you didn't grow up in Georgia, you're from somewhere else. Then you can look across the state. If you go to Quitman County, I'm sure it's over 90% native Georgian. So you can put those two kind of deductive reasoning to get to the.
Mr. Chairman, my follow-up with Matt. Matt, do your numbers take into consideration technical education at all, or do you?
No, so I didn't break it down by credentialing or associates or some college and so on. But those would be easy to cross-tab to get to. I just looked at those two, right? The top end, bachelor's plus, and the bottom end, less than high school.
Okay.
So I don't know those numbers off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Time for one more question. Anybody? Representative Jasper.
This is for President Bridges, because you made a statement that, kind of, I guess I've learned a lot in the legislature, and especially in education, because I was a bulldog, and how important it was. Like, I really learned that the diversity of education and having great colleges and universities across the state is real important. But you talked, I guess, about the Philadelphia School of Osteopathy coming into Thomasville. And you said it was painful. I mean, you really made it. I mean, I watched your face. Moultrie it is, okay. What were the barriers? I mean, why was it painful? I don't, is there something that we can do, I guess I'm looking for in the state that are regulation-wise or policy-wise that we can make those changes, make them easier to do?
Sam's grinning.
My
But
pick.
it's a classic dilemma. It's a classic situation. It's no different than somebody suggested that we move, a Caterpillar or a Baxter, to a South Georgia. Well, the challenge there is you don't have enough workforce in any one county to make it work. So you got to work across county lines. Nobody in South Georgia, and this is my opinion, and I've been working on this for 5 years, I think I understand the data pretty well. There's really not a community in Southwest Georgia that can support a medical school by itself. It really requires a regional approach. Everybody's going to have to get on board. And, you've got all the classical squabbles across county lines. This development authority's got this amount of money that they can put in, and this one's got this amount that they can put in, but don't let my dollars go across the county line. And I understand the reality of that. Who's going to be in charge? Who's going to be the boss? We do this for them, they may get the upper hand on us. I mean, just classical difficulties. We're about there. I mean, we're about there, but it's been a painful process for me, particularly, because the Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine wanted a credentialed, licensed educational partner. simply stepped up and said, we will do it. Without putting the caveat, we will do it only if it comes to Tifton. We just said we will do it. And, you know, it's just difficult because everybody wants the building. And the building is not the real benefit. The real benefit is that over 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, we will look back and we will say, well, maybe we have a pharmacy school, a PA school, master's nursing programs, okay? Where the first building gets built, yeah, it's important for the picture and the ribbon cutting and the shovel heaving and whatever, but we all benefit. And so it's just trying to work through across multiple development authorities, county commissions, hospital authorities, boards, CEOs. You know, look, hospital CEOs, they're more egotistical than college presidents. Okay? They're, as someone I heard once say, so this is a great project, but unfortunately, there's not enough reward to go around to satisfy all the egos. Well, the pain I referenced, that's what I was talking about. But I'm confident we're about there, and you know, it's been kind of like trying to get brother and sister to go to prom together, let alone the kids.
It's good when they end all.
All right, I'll restate that. I'll give you another example, see if it works. How many of you has anybody in this room attended Texas A&M University? I'm the only one. Okay, at A&M you stand up for the entire ball game. You're not allowed to sit. Okay, it's an old tradition. 12th man, you stand up. It's a military school. They didn't have a female student from 1972. Come on, guys, ladies. But every time a score is made in football, you're supposed to kiss your date. I said, kiss your sister, go to the prom. Think about it when there were no women at A&M.
Doc, I don't.
Yeah, it got worse.
Hey, Doc, I don't know that you got any better with that one. All right, everybody, this is going to wrap it up for today's session. Those of you that are on the council, we will have transportation at the hotel, the Hilton Garden Inn. It will be there and ready to pull out at 6. So we're 2 exits south of here. If you've not already checked in, run by and check in, get your stuff in the room, and be out front, and we will be pulling away right about 6. And if you get left behind, you can either walk, drive, or go hungry. You can be the Chinese man I think that Dr. Bridges was talking about a while ago. He has one problem, he's hungry. Then you might be him. So anyway, thank you. Presenters, again, thank y'all very much for all the preparation that y'all put into this and the time for coming to present it today. Thank y'all.